Greetings, mortals, and welcome back to not quite Manchu yet, but very shortly we'll be Manchu, and it'll be great.
So we are about to form Manchu, and Korchin is under attack again. What I'm hoping for here is that they are in fact turned into a tributary again instead. For some reason, Ming has spent a lot of time, basically it's about 50-50. Sometimes Korchin pieces out with all of their territory intact and becomes a tributary. Sometimes Ming turns them, annexes all of this territory and leaves them with virtually nothing left. I'm hoping that the former rather than the latter happens this time, and if not, then that's going to be sad. Okay, so with that being said, the next people that we're going after is going to be Buryatia, and let's see here. We're going to split this army, but we're not going after Buryatia quite yet, because first we want to finish coring this stuff. Shit. Now, I think that increasing my stability, yes. My overextension is going to cause problems for my stability increasing, so I'm just going to have to wait on that. So, let's see. So we can't quite do this yet, but that's okay. Okay, so let's fabricate. I don't think it matters which one we do. We are unfortunately losing money, largely to keeping our corruption at 0, because we have all of this overextension. So, state maintenance. Korea has an amazing leader. Holy crap. It's gonna be great when we can get rid of this guy. On the plus side, he at least is good, or at least moderate, at military stuff. My air is not bad. I really wish we could get the Khanum in charge, but there's not going to be any of that business. So, Hengen has been cored, and we can click this button to form Manchu. Okay, so Manchu is formed. That's great. That gives us a huge, huge benefit. And all of this bad stuff we have going on goes away instantly, pretty much. Now, my overextension is not quite where we need it to be. And our finances are positive now. Shit. I don't have the money to do it, but we're doing it anyway. So we're gonna get a loan here. But, I mean, it's not a big deal. That is a loan that we can pay off reasonably cheaply later. Oh, the other thing that I should be doing, I have these 2 cavalry that I should just get rid of. There's no reason to have them. Okay, so I should have done that a while back. And let's see. Foreign contacts. And recover negative stability. I can do I honestly do not want to do that. Alright, so Korchin is currently fighting Buryatia, and Buryatia is losing now. Korchin is pieced out with Ming, and we're going to have to go in and take as much of their territory as possible relatively shortly to ensure that we are in a good position. So I'm going to go in, I'm going to annex Buryatia. First things first. We're going to put ourselves to positive stability. This allows us to decrease our national unrest. We gain 5 prestige. And let's see. I don't want Oirat. Yukchin is not where I want to go next. We're going after Buryatia next, so I'm just not going to take one of these. And there's no way on earth that I'm going to get a peaceful vassalization, so we're just going to declare war for tribal conquest. So let's get ourselves in here, and we should be able to carpet siege them. So if I look over at the armies list, they only have 4,000 troops, which means that I can safely split this army in half. Not quite. I can safely split the army in half and send half of them here to the capital. These guys are just chilling. And my goal right now is I'm going to take all of their territory. Basically, I'm going to be annexing them outright. And then once I've annexed them, I'm gonna send one of these guys, just because I'm concerned. Just send one of them over here. These guys are chilling in the forest. And we're fine. So, we're going to be annexing them and then releasing them as a nation. And if we do that, that gives us the benefit that we don't get the forced vassalization penalty. And it also will improve their military if we have a better military than them when we do it. In addition, because we'll be actually taking their territory, it will give us the nice opportunity Are they going after their arm? Oh, wait. I guess I could have just removed the leader. Okay, so we're gonna grab stability, because stability is way better than getting 3 horde unity. We're about to max out our horde unity from looting. So, since we are going to turn these guys into a vassal, we don't need to actually worry about coring any of this. So the great thing about that is that it allows us to raise all of these provinces and get some nice bonuses to all of our tech power points. And then we don't have any administrative power costs associated with it because we aren't going to be actually coring it. So our treasury is on its way up. So 5 loot left. It's going to be a fight over here. So we're going to wait 1 more month, and then we're going to send these guys down here to start looting this. So we're going to reach the 5th. So we can just go ahead and loot this. And we'll just keep looting until we take the capital. Now, once we finish this war, we'll be ready to go for the next war. I can leave this here just for 1 extra tick. Okay, the Renaissance has occurred, and now it's time to take all this territory. So we're demanding their annexation. And we are now going to raise all the provinces. There we go. So now that we've raised those, we're going to create a subject, and it's going to be Buryatia. And there we go. So, we've given Buryatia their freedom, and apparently raising their provinces does in fact give us a massive penalty, even though they don't exist at the time. And that's fine. We can go ahead and just start improving our relations with them. And let's see. So we still have the same set of missions here, unfortunately. Not a huge fan of the missions we've got available. And Korea is still sitting on a rank 3 military. They are about to get Pike Square, I'm sure, and so are we, so... Okay, you guys. Okay. This gives Buryatia a plus 60 opinion. Like, this gives... Fortune is no longer a valid rival. And that's kind of interesting. Presumably because their military is so much weaker now. Okay, so I'm not sure why my spoils of war income is so high right now. There we go. So I have a +2 right now. And that seems like the perfect time to of these guys. So, this guy pays a decent portion of his own salary in increased revenue, which is always a good thing. And let's take a look here. So, Unite the Manchu Tribes is a good one to have. This allows us to go in against... So, Chengde, is Johar on this list? Yes, so this would give us claims against decent portions of Korchin. So one of the things that I want to do, let's see, the Truce with Me ends in 2 years. And do I want to just wait those 2 years? How many troops does Korea have? So Korea has only 12,000 troops right now. I need a substantial amount. It's gonna take me a while. Okay, so let's see. Asking for a map here. I'm gonna see what happens if I improve my relations enough to get an alliance with these guys. And then ask them to share their maps. Also, I might as well have these guys protecting trade. Okay, this is actually a significant increase in trade value. So we're gonna do that. Now, unite the tribes. Honestly, I feel like we probably want to just do this. Because... Oh, military tech costs minus 10%. I was just about to say that we want to do that because we're not going to be able to go after Korea immediately. And then they... I don't know why this is happening. These people are just acting like complete morons. Oh, I didn't make these things states. I'm an idiot. Okay. That was a mistake. So, and I probably shouldn't have even made this a state. I guess I should have because it is, it is Manchu stuff after all. So, we're going to send our army down to there. We have... Where's Korea? Korea has 12,000 troops. And we're going to be taking this before they can fight back. So... Supply limit here is 14. Okay, we are continuing to accrue that. And Conquer Yukjin is a good one. We don't want this one, though. We're going to save the Manchu people in Yukjin. I don't have any diplomats to send. So we're going to pull this guy back from Buryatia for now. And we're going to take Pike Square and declare war. And we're going to be doing show superiority here. We're not going to do it now. Okay. Yaren's no longer a valid rival. We'll arrive on the 11th. And all is right with the world. So, I could do this. This gives me some extra discipline. And gives me some extra military power. I'm going to go ahead and do that. It's important for me to have access to huge quantities of military power. This is actually garrisoned. That explains a lot. So they weren't actually garrisoning this before and had a huge army. Now, oops. Okay, so on the plus side, okay, they also have Pike Square, so we don't have any real advantage there. I'm going to... So I haven't actually made any progress here. And since I haven't made any progress at all, I'm just going to send the whole army. I don't have a lot of cavalry here. So... it should be fine. We have 100 power projection. Look at that morale difference. And we have a very nice bonus for shock damage right now. Unfortunately, it's difficult for us to meaningfully take control of territory here. And I think I'm going to have to raise up at least 2 more banners and send them down. It would have been optimal for me to actually wait longer on that. On the plus side, we did finally get that to tick up. So these guys are now heading my way. And they're just standing there for now. We have a reasonably substantial advantage as long as they completely ignore the fact that they have a massive advantage in the mountains. Okay, so we've now made enough progress here that we should win the base race, so to speak. Oh, we just breached the walls. Perfect. So with that wall breach, it should be much, much faster. So... we're up to 21% now. Well, shit, they got a wall breach as well. So we're gonna let this tick up. A water shortage. I'm gonna let it tick up one more time. Got 50 some prestige. Okay, that supply shortage only brought them to 0. So we don't have to go in yet. Defender's Desert. If they get status quo, we can go ahead and go in. Sorry, if they get anything other than status quo, we can go in. Yeah, I think we're gonna have to go in there. Leave one person behind. And we get a nice set of bonuses in the shock phase. And now we just send our peeps back here to keep this thing ticking up. And our people even arrived immediately after the reinforcement tick, which is nice. Shit. I cannot afford right now to let my stuff get penalized. On the plus side, they do appear to be heading straight for my capital. And this time, unlike last time, they don't have the ability to retreat, I don't think. So, we can just pop in here, and we should be able to annihilate their army here. Not in this particular fight, but over the course of the next couple of fights. I don't know where you're going. You're going to... you're going here. So it looks like they're just going to run right by my fort. Nope, they're not. But that's fine. We're going to just pop into Hanxiong. And we're going to siege this down. It'll only take an eternity. And you can see why this actually happened. There's this thing here. This fortress here that they've built allows them to have a zone of control. So we got status quo. We're going to get a lot of status quos. We're basically just going to be relying on rolling a natural 14 in order to move this along pretty much at all. That said, if I wanted... honestly, this is a war that I don't think we need to take their capital in. We only want to take a little bit of territory anyway. So rather than do the whole capital thing. I think instead we're going to start sieging down each of these provinces. And we're going to do it with the full... Rather than carpet siege, we're going to do it with everyone just because we want to fully loot everything. So they're sieging that province. We should arrive... So. And we have 940 people there, which is plenty to defend that for the foreseeable future. So we took control of this. And let's see. Do we want to... I don't think I do. I'm going to try to get this 25% war score victory. We'll see how it goes. Continue improving our relations with Ryatia. I should be able to get an alliance with these guys. Yeah, I'll be able to get an alliance with them once I'm no longer in a war. So... we don't really need particularly much extra war score to do this. Let's go with this tick. Siege down this. What we're really predominantly looking at here is just spending some time and getting... There we go. So this is good. I kind of want to get war reparations as well. I'm gonna see if sieging down, not sieging down, but doing this. This doesn't quite give us access to what we want here. There's a little bit of loot here. This is only 3% right now. So I think what I'm going to do is take that. And yeah, we're just going to peace out here. We don't need to get the war reparations. It's fine. So I say that immediately after I make sure that I don't have what I need to finish coring. So let's see if we can tick this. There's a disease outbreak. Lovely. I'm so glad I waited for that tick. Okay, so now I'm going to split this army in half and start sieging down provinces. And I want to see they're going to attack me in Pyongyang. And I'm actually not in the chat yet. So I was asked this question probably 20 minutes ago because I'm a dope and I wasn't paying attention. Are the Eastern nations overpowered now, or is it pretty well balanced? Ming is extremely powerful, and the Mandate of Heaven mechanic is not really helpful to anyone else, I don't think. Let's see if we can cancel. Oh, we can't get them to cancel their movement because I waited too long. So we're just going to peace out now. Ming is really... I don't think that the new changes were necessarily implemented bearing in mind how Ming's explosion needs to occur. And so I think that there's going to need to be some tweaking involved with Ming. Right now, the only groups that will pretty much at any point in the game be able to deal with Ming, who are, Eastern groups anyway, are the Hordes, because Ming controls so much territory right now that there just doesn't seem to be much in the way of capacity to deal with it. Let's see. So I think that's kind of a problem. But it's something that they can fix with tweaking. That said, I think that the new mechanics are certainly much more interesting than they were, and I don't think that I'd refer to the Eastern nations as overpowered by any means, aside from Ming. But that being said, Ming is supposed to be overpowered. Ming has always been extremely powerful in the hands of a player, as has it's like playing as France or the Ottomans or something like that, where you start out the game in such a good position that you're in really good shape. That said, Ming and the Ottomans have a much better opener than France, because France starts out surrounded by similarly powerful and dangerous entities. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and request that these guys share their maps, which will help us somewhat. And let's see. We can now start fabricating more claims on these guys. So, Qing is currently at war with... Whoa. The Mongol War for Independence is going on. Oh, Oirat is getting crushed. So anyway, the reason that I think that it's difficult for... the reason that I think that the Ming mechanics are troublesome is that the only way to defeat Ming is to take advantage of the fact that they are the Emperor of China, as well as the fact that you are hordes. Which means that anyone who is not a horde has no capacity whatsoever to go against China. If Japan unites into one entity, one block, and wants to expand, they're going to run into a brick wall because everyone around Ming is going to be a tributary of Ming, and there's no way for them to expand through that. They could conceivably become a tributary of Ming and then expand that way. But in my experience, while I've been attempting to do this run, the Qing of China run, I would have to basically take everything around Ming in order to be able to fight them toe-to-toe, and it's just a really rough thing. And there's no way to get them to collapse. So if at any point you take the mandate from the Ming, they're invincible for the rest of the game, and I don't think that's something that should be... It doesn't really make sense that the only way to beat Ming is to ensure that they stay the Emperor of China, so that you can get their mandate to 0 I feel like if you lose the Emperor's Mandate, that should cause problems for Ming specifically, because that's the only thing that's keeping this empire together is the fact that they are, of course, the Celestial Emperor. At any rate, so I think that there could be some more stuff there, but it's something that, you know, would be dealt with later. At any rate, we are going to do the thinger here. Take Boduna is going to be our war goal, and I'm going to give almost all of this territory over to Buryatia. And then I'm going to expand through Mongolia myself. We have 7 years before we can go after these guys. Okay. So this war is going to get declared. And take Boduna as our war goal. And we don't have to do anything else. So we're going to set this guy to be in charge of this army and put them in here. These guys are going to pop into Boduna itself. And how are we doing? We have this fort down here, and I have to decide whether I want to get rid of this fort or not. I think I do. I'm going to go ahead and destroy this. So, let's take a look at our stuff here. And Korchin is sitting on 10,000 troops. And protect against Korea is actually pretty simple to do. I forgot to get the Unite the Tribes thing first before I declared war on these guys, but we got it now. Excuse me. So this will give me a claim on some of this stuff. No, it won't. It won't give me any claims at all, because I'm already at war with them, so I don't get claims for whatever silly reason. Alright, well, this gives me a claim on some territory, but mostly it gives me claims on territory that's part of China, I think. Is it not? Where on earth is... I don't know where these claims are. Alright, so we'll lose some trade efficiency here. Nothing too big. And we're going to leave the siege behind and just pop over here. So Korchin has 10,000 troops total, which is a significant amount. We will have to be a little concerned with that. And how big are these guys? They are 114%, if I were to take control of their territory in one war. Which is not going to be feasible, obviously. So I don't get a claim here. I'm really upset with myself for forgetting that I need to take that first. But at any rate, we should be able to not quite annex Korchin. And despite the fact that we have these permanent claims up here, I am probably not going to annex all of that territory for myself. Though maybe I should. If we discard tea, society will certainly unravel. And I'm going to go ahead and increase my Diplo rep. I'm not going to start improving Girin until I have annexed Yaren in that next war. So Mongolia is currently... There we go. So we can take a huge chunk of territory from these guys. I don't have a claim on that. I'm wondering... If I wanted, I could do this. It's a lot of unrest to accumulate. We're currently sitting at 100%. And honestly, I feel like it's my best bet. We're going to do that. So, I'm currently... This is a 93% war score victory. It causes 60% overextension. I'm currently at 12. So, we have no reason not to do this. Let's do it. Costs 309 to core it all. So maybe we shouldn't take everything quite that simply. It actually will not cost quite that much for me to core it all now that I think about it. So... rather than take this province, I'm going to take this province. This province I can give to Buryatia, and then I won't have to core it. Granted, that's only like 20. You know what I should do? I should just not take these provinces down here. The ones that I don't have claims on. Take these instead. Oh wait, I can get 99% war score if I do this. Okay, well this... this seems like an appropriate setup. Let's go for it. Okay. This gives me 60% overextension. It's going to cost a lot for me to core it all, but I actually think I might be able to just core it because... Let's see, this is a crappy province that I'm giving away. But it actually is preferable for me to take Chahar because I can then raise it. That's okay. Let's do this. Boom. Okay, so we're not going to start coring yet, because first we need to start raising. Now the other thing we want to do is go over to our vassals. How do I check my vassals? There we go. Okay. And we're going to give them Onan Gol. And let's go through all these. So this one cannot be raised. We have a permanent claim here. Permanent claim here. This is Chahar. one as well. So I think it reduces our relations with absolutely everybody who has a core there. So is this also... So we can do the same thing here. This cannot be raised again. Must have raised this first. Okay. So we can start coring this. And is that us coring everything? Huh. So that's actually us coring everything that we have now, so we really didn't lose a lot of administrative power there. So, with that said, we have a massive amount of unrest to deal with. So let's see how big our separatist problem is going to be. So 21,000 troops is quite a few. And do I want to core this stuff? Quite. Alright, so we want to get national ideas as soon as we can. And let's see. I don't think we want to just sit on our heels. Excuse me. So Mongolia is currently at war with Oirat, and it's a war that they appear to be losing. So Oirat is friendly with us. If I take... So if I were to declare war on Mongolia, my concern about Oirat is that they are currently allied with the Timurids, but that's okay. I think I'm going to just leave things be for now and try to get my internal workings in order before I go after the next offensive. Whoa, okay. The basic question here will be whether Oirat pieces out without taking over Mongolia or not. If they do peace out without conquering Mongolia, that'll be good. Alright, so we're looking to acquire some more admin power. Let's see. And Ming just declared war on Mongolia with forced tributary. Now, my hope here is that Mongolia doesn't lose a bunch of territory to them. Whew. Truce of Buryatia is over. Ah, yes. So rooting out corruption is a substantial amount of money spent right now. And these are Manchu, so we should state this just so that we get access to the banners that don't exist. Lovely. And I don't want to set these as actual cores. And losing a little bit of morale is better than losing my tax modifier right now. Because we're not going to be facing off in a war against anyone meaningful for quite a while. So Ming is currently cleaving its way through Mongolia. But I do think that the Mandate of Heaven mechanic does not allow for... Ooh. So we got a new thinger here. I'm gonna go ahead and do this. I can remove the corruption over time. And getting some extra base production is good. Okay, so gaining 10 army tradition at the expense of 25 ducats is a good trade. And this is something that hadn't occurred to me before, and I'm not sure why. Apparently I'm just an idiot. Well, I'm spending a lot on corruption. Is it okay to just go ahead and grab another loan? I'm thinking yes. It's gonna give me a bit of inflation. Inflation sucks, but it's okay. So, hopefully Mongolia doesn't lose territory to Ming here. I'm hoping that Ming just forces them to become a tributary and calls it a day. We're going to be able to get standardized pikes soon, if we want. And shit. So, this is one of the major problems that there is with Ming in the current game. The way that it currently works, Ming will just take territory during these tributary wars, which it's so hard to take back because you have to fight against pretty much the most powerful nation in the world every single time. So, do we want to do this yet? I feel like we might want to get rid of some of our overextension first. Now, I could have declared war on Mongolia and made sure to control this territory first. Ooh. I'm gonna go ahead and accept this, and that means that it's time to declare war on somebody, which means Mongolia it is. So I'm gonna go ahead and cancel this mission. There's no way we can complete it because that territory is now controlled by Ming. I think. And I'm gonna go after Mongolia, who they're still in the middle of this war. And we're gonna have the thing to be take Bayan Tumen, because we can always get that, and that'll start ticking up our war score. And let's see here. Yaren, we have a truce with for 4 more years, is it? Yeah. So they're declaring war on Korchin to force tributary state. And there have been people who have suggested that the forced tributary state should disallow, like, actually taking territory. And I actually 100% agree with that. I think that that's a good idea. I don't think that it fundamentally fixes the issue, because I think that the mandate mechanic needs to have more more events associated with it. It's not a super robust mechanic as it stands right now, and there have been several suggestions as to how to improve it in a variety of ways, and I think that generally I would like for it to be improved in a manner that replicates history as well as possible. I think that the biggest issues that the Empire of China had is that it was very similar to almost like a colonial nation. The way that it handled everything, it didn't have it. So the autonomy floor that they used to have actually represented the mechanics of the old empire reasonably well, from what I've read. At any rate, I'm obviously not an expert on ancient Chinese politics, but at the same time, nobody is exactly an expert on ancient Chinese politics, because one of the things that we tend to forget about history is that people are filthy liars. So a lot of what we read, that not from like modern day, I'm not talking about like modern day historians or a bunch of filthy liars. What I mean is that a lot of the documentation is falsified documentation. So there's this seems like a bad idea. So we have a spouse who was formerly of some other religion. She's just like, oh, I had nothing to do with it. Also, I really like the whole RP aspect of that, because to me, you have to remember that my character's wife is so much more competent than this guy is. This guy's a complete moron. So this guy is so terrible, and she's so much better than him in every single way, that it is 100% believable and amusing to have her just like, whatever, man, I had nothing to do with it. It's just like the relationship fundamentally is amusing to me. Then again, I am obviously easily amused. Alright, so since we lost access to all this southern stuff, we're going to take these 3 provinces for ourselves and give these over to Buryatia to core. And lovely. Oirat is now involved in this war, which I said lovely sarcastically, but it's actually good for us. This means that we can fight a war against Oirat without having to worry about their allies, which I guess they don't really have any of anyway. But that's beside the point. We have a rebel uprising of Korchin separatists to deal with, and it occurs to me that some of these provinces are going to be slowed down by the fact that we're in this war against Mongolia, who has a claim, or sorry, not a claim, they have cores on some of these provinces. So how do I want to handle this? I feel like I have a lot of military power right now. But while I do have a lot of military power right this second, I'm not going to have a lot of military power in the long term necessarily. So I'm actually going to check something. So what do I want here? In this war against Oirat, I want to get access to Caradel. Which means that I want to get at least this. This is 78% war score. And anything that I can take on in addition to that is gravy. So if, for instance, I do this, all this territory is going to be given to Buryatia, and this long chain here is going to be held for myself. So the Korchin separatists are going to spawn 21,000 troops. Uteha is only one troop. We also have Korean separatists to deal with. My horde unity is not great right now. So, I feel like I need to keep this war going. Harsh treatment costs 76. And we're just gonna do it. Alright, so we're still involved in this war. Let's take a look. We have Mongolia and Oirat together have 20,000 troops. And their capital is where? Korchin is requesting military access. I'll go ahead and accept that for now. And their capital is over here. And it is in mountains, which is really bad. I don't like mountains. They have a decent general. And we don't have any loot available to us right now. So if I don't take all of this, well, I would need to occupy Oirat's capital if I wanted to do that. So the Korean separatists are less of an issue because there's only going to be 8,000 of them. So here's the question, can we... Let's go up here first. We still can't take just this stuff, so I'm not going to worry too much. Now, my fundamental goal right now is multifold. I want to increase okay, so unfortunately these guys have caught up and surpassed my siege over here. Hoping... Okay, they're substantially winning this siege war. And I cannot quite get this done yet. So if I can... What the fuck? God damn it. That is so much bullshit. Oh, I can do it now because they have rebels. So let's piece this out. Alright, so we've taken Mongolia. We now have Mongolian separatists to deal with. Whew. And let's see what else we can do. So, first thing we want to do is deal with the separatists. Unfortunately, I just got a revolt. On the plus side, those guys are in multiple distinct packs, so it should be okay. And my overextension is fine. Raise this province. So, now is the time where we start taking control of our local problems. We need to deal with all of our rebels. And once we've dealt with them, these guys are going to go here instead. And where's the rest of my army? Okay, the hell over. But I should be able to deal with the Korchin separatists. And we're no longer at war. And I have plenty of prestige. So I can have this guy step aside and let his son take charge. I'll lose 20 horde unity and 50 prestige. But we're gonna get so many more monarch points that we definitely want to do it. Okay, so we also lose stability for some reason. Shit. Yet I can't boost my stability effectively because I'm currently overextended. Unfortunately, these provinces are currently... Oh, shit! My ruler... is the one who is in charge of that. These guys are just gonna go straight here and just stay there. Separatists taking control of a bunch of provinces. And these guys should be fine. Okay. So, I need to core this. I need to core this. I need to core this. And I do not need to core the other three. So what we're going to do is grant Kurland to them. And grant Dundgovi to them. And once we have the capacity to, we will give both of these as well. And let's see. And they have 16,000 troops here. I can now make a national decision. We can introduce Fission Quest if we want, which gives me yearly prestige, but I don't want that. We can get Yellow Shamanism, which we will. And we have the thing to improve our prestige, which is exceedingly simple for us to do, so we're going to do that. I'm going to send these guys up to here. I'm going to leave these guys here for right now. I'm going to go ahead and raise this province. And we are going to grant it to our... There we go. So I did forget to raise this, I think. Yep. So I forgot to raise some of these. But that's okay. We're now going to send these guys over here, and I can afford to actually hire a proper general now. And he's 2211, which is okay. It's not what I'd want, but he's better than nothing. Go ahead and get rid of this. Okay, so now we have a serious issue with our separatists. And I think I need to get rid of some of my advisors. We can go ahead and kick this guy to the curb. as well as really want to get rid of my discipline guy. Ooh. So 10 horde unity or stability. I think I'm gonna go with stability. This allows me to get my stability back to neutral. And once I feel one of the keys is that I do want to be getting national ideas as soon as humanly possible. I think it's better to get national ideas immediately than it is to spend administrative power. I'm going to be using all of this diplomatic power that I'm saving up to give myself to give myself some nice investment into Giran. So I'm going to be spending exclusively military and diplomatic power on Giran. So now this army is going to start moving up here and dealing with the Korchin separatists. Do not want to set this as a thing yet. We will soon. That said, financially, we're having trubs. Guess I'm going to be taking out another loan. So who is this? Janjo tribes. So all that separatism is turning into the tribes causing problems. So what I'm gonna do okay, that should deal with our tribe issue. This is 98.9% cord. So sad. Okay. So what else do we... And the earlier we get this, the better. So, unfortunately, this whole army is moving as a group. Oh shit, and they're gonna arrive here, where I have my army chilling. Shit. And they're gonna probably crush those guys. Because there's so many of them. Well, not if I roll 9s. Well. We actually just won that, which means that the Separatists are dealt with. Okay. So that was some nice luck there. Getting a 9 versus a 0 in the shock phase meant that I was able to just crush through their soldiers and take out all their morale. I can go ahead and do this. Get 10 horde unity, and I have a new heir. Wait, she? I have a female heir. That's awesome. Okay. I probably should have read that whole thing. So, what am I going to call this heir of mine? Honestly, we're the hordes. It's a female heir. It has to be Aldrea, right? Okay. So, we still have the Janjo tribes, and they are going to be dropping now. Perfect. Okay, so my horde unity is high enough. So next on the chopping block is going to be Yaren, and we shouldn't accumulate too much in the way of problems there. We've started coring our business, and we are almost capped on Diplo power, so I'm going to start spending it. Just to prevent it from capping. And I'm trying to remember what the limit was. There's a limit to how much your thing can... There's a limit to how much your size can impact the cost of development, but I don't remember what that limit is. So we're just going to be spending all this Diplo and military power upgrading Girin in order to get access to Renaissance. So Korchin is going to be annexable in 10 years. Oirat will be able to go up against how long? And Korea in 2 years. So the basic gist of this is going to be we're going to go into Yaren, we're going to annex them, and then we'll be able to immediately no special favors. Okay, so that no special favors means that we don't use any of this admin power, and we can hopefully get national ideas soon. Once we get at national ideas, we can start pumping points into humanism. And that would be good. We can now get national ideas. We want to do that before next year pops. And we're going to take humanism. So the advantage of having humanism is that we're not going to be reducing our coring costs by a huge amount, but we basically can just completely negate all of the unrest that we naturally accumulate as a conqueror. I feel like humanism is a really big deal for hordes in particular. So we're gonna go ahead and do this. That basically just gives us a free uptick for this. And when can I declare war on you? Next month, so I should probably get these guys up to where they belong. And I'm going to go ahead and tick this up one more time. My hope is that I can win this fight quickly enough to accumulate all that territory before I need to do anything. So, the tribes are existent again. And we have Mongolian separatists at 60% right now. It'd be preferable if we could eliminate them off the... I think I'm just going to increase my autonomy in these places. Okay, so... Korchin just insulted us. And let's take a look here. I can now set Yaren as a rival, which is very good, because by doing so, I'm going to be ensuring that when I do declare war on them, I get a bunch of bonuses. So, we're going to have Miyu Gasan be... Oh, that's Reconquest. Take Miyu Gasan via Tribal Feud. And we're going to send these guys straight over to Kalar. Okay, so they have a really good shock guy right now. I'm going to go ahead and split this army in half. I'm going to wait until these guys are far enough away, and then we're just going to go into Miyu Gasan. So we'll arrive on the 22nd of May, and they're going to wander off somewhere. But I now have a pretty decent army in both locations, and I can start accumulating war horde unity. By looting. Juud is now cord. And as soon as we take Miyu Gasan, we should be able to finish here. So they are in fact sieging our capital. That is perfect for us because it means that we can just loot all of their provinces, get our horde unity back up, and all that jazz. And we get free thinkers, which is great because we're going to be able to pump up our humanism faster. So they're at 35% over there. And their leader is way too good. These guys are at 21%. I'm gonna wait for this tick. And we still have 2 more ticks here. We're gonna send these guys down to Fudali. On the 12th. So we'll arrive on the 27th, so that's perfect. We'll get to Fudali. We will fully loot that. And we can now repay this loan if we want. I'm gonna go ahead and do that. So these guys are going to Bokhori. I'm gonna wait for them to lock in, then I'm gonna go in there. I may or may not be able to arrive quickly enough. 25th. Should be. I don't think they can get out of here in 6 days, can they? Okay, so those guys are toast. And we're going to send one lucky guy to Darren. And he's just going to sit there in order to prevent these guys from retreating. The goal is basically to hold them and prevent any territory that they have from being a viable location to retreat to, which means that they'll have to retreat through my territory, or just like one tile away. So they can't go to Udi. They can't go to this province over here because I have control of an adjacent province. As in, not control. I have troops in an adjacent province. And this had better not go. Okay. Whew. There was a 7% chance there that it was going to go very badly for me. And all the luck in the world is not going to save them. So they are now going to retreat one tile away, which means we can just walk over there and done. Okay. So now all that's left is to take Miyuga-san. We've dealt with their army. We are not going to be able to take Miyuga-san before we cap on diplomatic power, I don't think. I'm going to recall this diplomat. And we're not going... Okay, I think we're down to 0% overextension. Our goal here is to improve our prestige to get a bunch of admin power. And what other nice stuff do we want? So we're going to do... Is there... Okay. So this is full annexation. And we're going to leave everyone here, just to ensure that we don't run into any problems. We're not going to do that. We're going to send these guys down here. We have quite a few troops there, considering that we also have the Buryatias regiments. So I think we should be okay. I don't think we need Ryukyu as an ally, so we're going to do this. Just get some free Horde unity. And increase Oirat's relationship with us, because that's useful. And they're allied with Saragyogir. They're not allied with Caradel. I cannot turn Caradel into a vassal, unfortunately. And we should hopefully... We can't do this. So... We're just gonna have to wait. But yeah, all of this is Manchu culture. We're not going to want to raise any of it. And because of the fact that we're not able to piece these guys out yet... Was that conquest? Oh shit. Well... So Ming is now doing actual conquest wars. Can I get... I completely forgot to have them share maps with me. What is this area? I find it absolutely hilarious that Japan knows Manchuria better than we do. Okay. Okay, we're done. So, we can now piece them out. And we now have to deal with their separatists. We have states demanding control of territory. And let's go ahead and... core this stuff. Okay, so we're sitting on 84 power projection. We need to give some provinces to our states. It's the tribes. It's the tribes. There we go. Okay. And now we're not going to be able to delay this for too much longer. So we're going to go ahead and do this. And there we go. We had enough to get Renaissance in Girin itself, and we should be able to get Renaissance spread everywhere relatively soon. So that also gives us a nice chunk of stuff. Fortunately, these guys are going to take this. This is woods. Like the worst possible. I'm actually gonna just leave these guys here because these guys are gonna come at us. Okay, so the next war is going to be Korea again. And we're gonna wait a little bit. So we lose a bit of money, which means that we are now going to have to take out yet another loan. But let's take a look here. The Korean army is... they're going to have the next military rank when I go after them. So, Korea has 16,000 total troops. If I can fight them in farmlands... I need standardized pikes before I can consider going after Korea, I think. Caradel sent us an alliance offer. But they are currently a tributary of Ming, so I can't diplo-vassalize them. So I don't need to worry about them. So we're just going to ignore them for now. And let's see. No, we're not going to have to deal with Mongolian separatists. Our finances are looking good for now. And we're going to start accumulating humanist ideas soon. So Oirat is in the middle of a very unfortunate war. Because that war, since it is of conquest, Ming is probably going to eat half of Oirat here. And that is serious trouble. Oh, do you know what else is troublesome? If this is a war of conquest, and they take all of this, I won't have the ability to declare war on Oirat until I get rid of Buryatia. I'll have to annex Buryatia in order to go after Oirat. So, I think that means we need to declare war on Oirat now. But we can't, because we have a truce, right? We have a truce for 6 more years. Okay, this puts me in a really serious bind. Alright, so these guys... are potentially troublesome. Some power projection. It's going to cost 406 to get Renaissance. So I think once I core these, the separatism goes away in those provinces, because the Manchu are like are basically the Manchu peeps. So I didn't see what their general looked like. Let's take a look at him. He is a terrible general still. So if I had standardized pikes, nobody has a rank 6 military yet. I think I should just declare war on Korea. I have a substantially better leader, and as long as I fight them in the correct terrain, I might actually be able to get to here before they can, if we declare war literally on the 1st. I don't know if we can, but I'm going to go ahead and try this. I'm going to declare this war. Show superiority, and let's do it. We're going to arrive here on the 11th. I think we can actually get there. So I think we can take this fort right off the bat. And then, of course, I'm an idiot. Forget to send my peeps there. But, since this is a mothballed fort, all we have to do is wait for this to tick, and we will take this fortress. So this is going to tick up. We'll get control of this fort. And we don't want to go after them there. So we're just going to pop over here. We don't actually need to take control of this. Honestly, we could just... I think what I'm going to do is, I guess, not take control of this. I'm going to go into their capital again. This is the optimal place for us to fight them. And let's take a look. They still have a rank 5 military. This fortress has garrison of 200. And that is hills. We don't want to be fighting them in hills, even if we're on the correct side. So, what do we want to do about this? Status quo. Walls breached. Okay, so this wall breach means that we will almost definitely win this siege race. So if we can win this siege race, I think we should be in really good shape. And they have some rebels, which is good for us. Looks like they are coming my way. Oh no, they're going to deal with the rebels. And since they're going to deal with their rebels, I don't have to fight the rebels. The rebels won't just walk over to me and kill themselves on me. But it also means that there's no way that they can catch up in this base race. The walls are breached. We're at 0%, and we're going to be able to take their capital here. The only thing that could stop us is if they got up to rank 6 military and actually, like, kicked us completely off the point. Which, even then, would be difficult. Because I have a lot of discipline. And I just lost the tribal feud thing against those guys. And this is a big issue. Ming is so huge now that I can't actually get to Kham unless I go through the Timurids. Because I have to go around that mountain range. Unfortunately, they also have a wall breach. They just got another wall breach? That's a problem. They just got 3 wall breaches. Oh my god. So much for them not being able to... They're gonna fucking siege... Oh my god. So, obviously it's suboptimal to go in and fight them like that. But because of the fact... Okay, so because of the fact that they had tried to siege quickly, they didn't get to siege at all. If they hadn't gone in on that, they would have been fine. So we're now at 35%, and hopefully we'll be able to finish this before they attack me. But I just keep not ticking it up. There's about a 1 in 3 chance every single month of this ticking up. On the plus side, every time anything happens, we do get some progress, but they're now coming in. They're now coming at me. Nope, they're sieging this again. Well, that's fine. We have 800 troops there. So it's not going to be an easy siege for them. That said, if they get a whole lot of natural 14s, it's going to be a problem for me. I think that gaining Horde Unity is better than that. So we've got more defenders deserting. We still only have one wall breach, but we can't get more wall breaches than we have right now. It's not possible. If it would have breached the walls, we would instantly win at this point, so... So we finally won that siege. And now... they're not willing to give us anything at all, basically. So what we need to do is just start sieging down as much territory as possible. And that will also allow us to loot as much as possible. Go ahead and split this in half and send half of them up here. So we will wait until next month. And we now have Yaren Separatists. That was surprising. I thought that I wouldn't have Yaren Separatists at all once I finished coring, but apparently wrong. I don't think I want this much territory. I think I just want my claims. So I'm going to take off everything that isn't a claim. Maybe except this. And then I can humiliate them if I so please. Though, with that said, I do think I want a bit more than that. So we have Yaren Separatists causing problems up north. But... so if we take this is 47% war score. And it includes this. And this will be a nice chunk of territory. And will cost a decent amount to core, but I should be able to do it without too much difficulty. And if I take both of these, that gets rid of 2 of their forts. Then they only have a fort here. And I'm going to wait until this ticks up and see if that gives me the ability to... send these guys down to here. Okay. Still cannot quite get an amount equal to my war score. So I'm just going to send these guys down to this spot here. We'll keep looting up a storm. Okay. Interestingly enough, it's also not enough. So we will just walk down to here and loot this. And if we have to, then we can peace out early. That's interesting. These are Qing separatists from Ming. Have them pop over here. How are you feeling now? Jeez. It's presumably because of the fact that they have their full military strength still. But it's still pretty surprising. And that's ticked. And that's ticked. We're to 66%, and they still will not give us a peace offer of 57. Send these guys to Oduna. And we can just wait until this is... I think this actually might be ready to tick. Yes. So we can now take this, and that will allow us to go deal with our local problems. And there we go. So we gain a bunch of prestige. And we can start raising all these provinces. Can't raise this one. Alright, so we're all set. We can now send these guys up north. And I'm going to increase the autonomy in all these locations for now. And we can now give some territory to our estate. Now, this be something that I've set as a state that is okay. This is reasonably high autonomy already. Go ahead and give this to them, and that's done. So now we need to figure out what else we're going to do. So we're up to 100 horde unity, and that's good. Oirat. Timurids are currently dealing with Persian separatists. Like this Timurid issue is troublesome. They're gonna just explode. We now have 348 thingamabobber, and I need to get this so that we can have a good time here. So I will be right back. Just a moment.
And I return.
Okay. So, let's see. We can try to grab their maps of Japan, but I need to get my prestige up some more. So I need to consider how I want to handle this. We've lost the Conquest Casus against Korea, so let's go ahead and fix that. And I don't know what I'm going to get a claim on. It doesn't really matter. Actually, it does. So we're going to take Suwon and Cheongju. The reason it matters is that I want to have a clear pathway from my territory into the territory that I'm taking. Okay, so we have a lot of money that we need to accumulate. Unfortunately, I have to deal with all those Yeren separatists as well as these Korchin separatists. But we should be able to deal with them. So, we need to get a claim on Oirat. The problem is... either that or we're going to have to... I think we're going to start actually annexing our vassal. It's a little strange to do it this early, but we're going to just start annexing them now. We have humanism, so we're going to just leave one of these guys here. We deal with Yeren, and we are going to put these guys on autonomous so they'll start sieging back the provinces. So Girin has a lot of production right now. And I'm going to basically just try to get control of all this Buryatia territory and then annex my way through Oirat into Chagatai. And eventually I might have to go in through India. I was thinking about this time going after Japan, but I feel like going after Japan is probably not in my best interest. Japan is terrifyingly strong. They have a lot of vassals. So we're going to go ahead and take cavalry ratio first. And I might... This is rough. It's actually extremely irritating that the Separatists do not have the same bonuses and penalties that the associated country would have, or at the very least that you have. Either way, I don't care which one you associate it with, but those are clearly step hordes. Those rebels are step horde rebels, and as a result, they should have all the effects of step hordes. So this person is only an average claim, unfortunately, but that's fine. It's relatively easy to get horde unity so long as I have someone to go after. This will finish when? It's going to finish in 12 years at this rate. So that's a bit slow. So the Aaron Separatists are handled, and these guys we can handle as well. So we're going to be able to get local traditions soon, and I don't know what counts as a heresy. I have some of this. These are considered heathens. I don't actually know what a heresy would be. I'm guessing that there probably aren't any unless I get them to spawn somehow. Alright, so how many states do I have access to? So Eastern Mongolia. Is something that we completely control. And we have not increased the thing here. The problem with creating states, and I don't think I want to create states right now, is that that's going to cost us more power to core, and I just can't afford to core anything yet. So, do I want to release myself from Ming? I think if I get a royal marriage with them... How old is your emperor? 21. Their emperor is 21. I'm going to go ahead and do this. Gonna get a royal marriage, and we're gonna start improving our relations. I'm gonna I'm gonna cancel the tributary status first. Worst case scenario, I'm forced to become their tributary again, and I basically wasted... I guess doing this will reduce my stability, so I don't want to do it quite yet. Before I do... Oh, I can increase my diplomatic rep. I'm going to go ahead and do that. Unfortunately, this does mean that... Oh, I have all this money going out to these derpy forts that I don't need. There we go. So we should be back in the green. And once I can afford to get once I can afford to get myself out from under Ming, I will do that. Now, Renaissance is going to take quite a long time to spread. We should have local traditions very shortly. And they're doing a conquest declaration on Chagatai. I mean, Ming is actually being militarily aggressive here. I've never seen them do conquest wars before. This is a problem for me. So, if we want, we can get standardized pikes. Gonna go for it. So we're getting standardized pikes. We're only getting +3 Diplo power right now. I'm hoping that Tolo gets some decent shit going. Yeah, I'm definitely going to take a stability hit. There we go. So our national unrest is down by 2. Boduna. And the Korean separatists are now off the field. We don't have to worry about them at all. The Korchin separatists we still have to worry about. We haven't increased autonomy in any of these places. But that's okay. And I need to figure out how I'm going to go after somebody now. I don't think there's a choice in the matter. We're going to go over to Ashikaga, and we are going to request that they share their maps with us. Actually, I could do that with Ming. Ming will actually do it. So that's silly though. Why would I give prestige to Ming when I could give it to Ashikaga? We're gonna go ahead and request that they share their maps of Japan. We will discover 5 provinces. And we lose 15 prestige and they gain 10. Okay. So what does this mean for us? The Ainu are someone that we can fabricate a claim on and go after. Ooh, monthly war exhaustion reduction. That's really good for me. I just don't have anywhere to expand except into Ainu right now. We're gonna have trouble getting our prestige to where it needs to be because we can't declare war on anybody. Alright, so what are our key points that we're waiting on? I'd like... So, no other Khanum is as brave as our Hexel. Military tactics and organization have already been of great interest to her. In addition to her daily sword practice, she spends time. So, I can get a skill 2 Commandant, which is 5% discipline. That's half price. So I don't think that's worth it because we don't need a skill 2 leader. So we're going to go ahead. And just do this. We get 50 military power. And we don't get access to the guy, but we... Not really. So we've cored some territory. And we now have Korchin separatists causing trouble again. Shocking no one. And do I want... to go after these guys? I feel like going after the Ainu is not necessarily going to help us much. We're not really going to get any stuff out of it. Unfortunately, Ming is now fabricating claims on more Oirat territory. Ming is just going to annex these guys if I don't do something about it. And the only thing I can do is wait for this truce to wear off in December, and then either declare a no casus belli war, or something similar. The expansionist Ming is a really terrifying prospect for the Manchu, because if I actually break off, they might not actually go in for a war to make me a tributary. They might go for a war to annex me. Which is a huge issue. I'm gonna keep this going until I can set Ashikaga as a rival. If I become a great power, I will gain... I won't become a great power if I do this. I don't think. No. Because I haven't caught up technologically. I need to get Renaissance. So, what do we do now? I can't declare war. I think I need 25, not 20, because these guys aren't... Oh, never mind. I only need 20. So, we're going to fabricate a claim on Kawakawa and Mikawa, not Kawakawa. Excuse me. Alright, so we have Conquest Casus Belli against them now. Let's see, how many ships do they have? Not enough to cause a problem, I think. So if I wanted to, I could declare war on them. I might as well, I guess. Because if I don't declare war on them now, at some point, I'm going to have to deal with them in a more troublesome manner. So the Ming currently... They just increase their mandate thing. This is really scary. I think that we have to do this. We have to cancel Tributary. So we're going to go ahead and increase our stability. Now, the reason that I'm breaking the Tributary status is I don't feel like... I don't feel like I can afford not to. If I don't break Tributary status with Ming, then inevitably they're just going to expand so much that I can't conquer them later. So you can see that my relation with them, they don't have a domineering outfit. They were hostile toward me because they want my territory. And I should probably try to ally with the Timurids, and I forgot to do that first. But as long as I'm allied with these guys, I should be okay. Hopefully. But yeah, I'm in a position here where, because of the actions of Ming specifically, I don't know if it's possible for me to actually get Ming in a bad position. So I'm feeling like the only thing that I can do is just break free, hope that they have the bad stuff happen to them before they decide to declare war on me, and we'll just have to see. So we're going to go ahead and declare war on these guys. And we're going to pop into the grasslands here because that's what we specialize in. Time to end this empire. So this time, what we're going to be doing when we go in against the Ming is we're just going to be trying to take as much territory from them as possible. Let's take a look here. They're currently sitting on negative prosperity, and they will not be increasing their prosperity for the time being. So, that is good for us. That guy's 4 shock. Now, if Ming decides to attack us right now, it's going to be very bad because all of my troops are elsewhere. This is their capital, I think. Okay, so these guys are going to the Kurils. Wow, we'll arrive first, even though... Okay, we'll just wait for them to leave. I don't see any reason to fight these guys here when I can just wait for them to leave. So they'll arrive first, which means that we can just pop over here. And they do not control both of these provinces because of the fact that... Whoa! Hello. I'm so glad that I have this chick. Oh god. So even before Hexhao married into the highest ranks of nobility that Manchu has to offer, the Khanum was known for a multifaceted woman, often impressing many a guest with her scholarly intellect and wit, while also displaying an impressive knowledge of military strategy. Perhaps this is why she was chosen as a royal spouse. Regardless, since her arrival at court, the Khanum has continued to make outstanding impression on the noble and commoners alike. So I get one of these three. I basically get a technology cost reduction for one of the three types. We'll see what it is. It is diplomatic, which is good because we'll be getting diplomatic tech soon. Once we can afford it. And do they... It's very strange being, like, having an actual blockade. It's not often I run into someone who has a weaker military than me, or a weaker navy than me. So, we're going to be able to just annex these guys. And... oh, shit. Fuck me. We got a completely incompetent asshole in charge. I'm getting really bad luck with people dying early. That guy was in his 20s. Like, that was not anything remotely expected. But it keeps happening. I don't know if it's just that the tribal rulers are more likely to die young or something. But I keep having people die so young. Oh, God. Like, it makes sense with the first guy that I've got, because I'm always sending him as a thing, but... So I'm gaining some army tradition, which is good. But yeah, now I've got this guy. This guy is completely incompetent. It's a real problem. And I probably lost that benefit, didn't I? No, I did not. So it doesn't expire when the ruler dies. Which is strange, because obviously I don't have the same royal consort anymore. Let's see. I have a rebel uprising. So we've got Korchin separatists popping up. I'm going to go ahead and deal with them with a harsh treatment for now. Just to get them under control. And with that said, I think it might be time to increase my autonomy in these places that has so much unrest. Oduna. Because that'll eliminate a large portion of the unrest. Bad. This is trouble, because the Ming are ahead of us technologically in military tech. Unfortunately, their non-tributaries isn't enough. So we're at 73% with Buryatia. We won the siege of Tokachi. We can demand their full annexation. Apparently also force religion. Let's see. Yeah, we're just going to annex this. And it'll cost us a little bit of diplomatic power, which is fine. Alright, so what we're going to do is we're going to bring our people home, but we're not going to do it until these guys are going to show up. So I'm going to move these guys out, so those guys can now move over here, and once they do, we'll be all set. Let's go ahead and increase our autonomy in all these provinces. And I think I can't see them because... Wait, shouldn't I be able to see them because I'm adjacent? Did they disappear? So those separatists might just have dissipated into the mists somehow. I'm not sure how that works, but I'm certainly not going to complain about it. So we're now hoping for Ming to trigger that disaster of theirs. And it's going to take a while. It takes something like 15 years. And let's see. We're currently accumulating 0 diplomatic power. There's nothing I can really do for my horde unity. Unless I decide to declare war on Ashikaga, which is a crazy stupid idea. Also, I can't do it because I have an alliance with them right now. Alright, so... these guys are raring to go. We have a truce with them for 5 more years. 5 years is going to cost me, oh my god, 15 horde unity? And let's see. We have Korchin separatists popping up. I'm gonna send these guys to Sisigar. Okay, so we've almost got the best ability ever, which is indirect rule. Indirect rule is going to reduce the separatism. So they just established us as a rival. That means that Ming is probably going to just annex us. I don't think... if I become Ming's thing now, I can't. The way that Ming is behaving, I absolutely cannot go back to being under them. Because if I do, I'm never going to get ahead. Because Ming is just going to continue annexing its neighbors. They're so expansive right now. It's just not feasible. I can't do it. So... I'm gonna go ahead and make Western Korea a state, which is a mistake because I'm not actually planning on coring that stuff. So Ming is continuing to try and get us to be tributary. I'm continuing to ignore them for now. I really need to get rank 6 military tech, and I'm actually going to set Ashikaga as a rival. I can apparently set the Timurids as a rival. I don't think I can get an alliance with these guys, but... I can certainly make the attempt. So we can repay one of our loans. Oh shit. I was not paying nearly enough attention. This is... It's a close battle, but it's over. Shit. And this means the Ming's definitely gonna attack me here. I just lost all these troops. I wasn't paying enough attention to the... I figured, I already increased my thing. We'll be fine. Trouble. Okay, well, we're just gonna have to wait. I'm going to at least get this. It doesn't help me against my own rebels, but it will discourage Ming a bit. And I think we're actually going to do this just to lessen the unbalanced research value. Saves me some money. Okay, so we're at 98% there. So yeah, Ming is really being kind of pushy on this whole tributary issue. We're gonna arrive on the 2nd of October. I think we should win this, because the numeric advantage is not nearly as strong now as it was. And there we go. Okay. Integration is a slow process. We get some prestige. And we now have a fortress here that we don't want. And make this a state because this is a very, very valuable area. And we have there. We now have the ability to declare war on Oirat and expand west. So our provincial unrest is still reasonably low. And our goal now is and will continue to be to get a powerful alliance. The Timurids did not end up exploding the way that I had expected them to. Chagatai is actually pretty large as well. So let's see. We can go after Oirat. Take Karakorum. And unfortunately, Ming now has claims on our provinces. Ming just declared war on us. We have no allies. We're completely fucked. So, what can I do about this? That's not what I'm looking for. So if I gave them this, they would actually immediately allow it. I don't want to give any territory to Korea. I don't want to give them any territory, obviously. They do not want transfer trade power. I am just going to sit on this war for a while. So, my goal with this war is to not allow them the opportunity to get positive war score of any meaningful quantity. And basically just survive waiting for the thing to tick. That said, it's going to take a very long time for that to tick. So... "10 years of increased tech costs is not meaningful to me, because I'm not intending to take any technologies in the next 10 years. Unfortunately, these guys, I don't know what the hell they're doing. They seem to be chasing down my army, which is obviously unfortunate for me. I don't want to fight you in mountains. 14th, 22nd. I'm gonna go to Habaskar. So... the basic goal in this war is to avoid having to give them tributary status. But there's no way on Earth that's going to happen, I don't think. And again, I would have loved to be able to just stick as a tributary of Ming for a long time and take territory. But unless I'm planning on taking the extremely long route, I don't think that this is going to be viable. So these guys have actually moved away from me now. And the Ming are currently occupying a bunch of my territory. And that's Trub, because if they get to 10% war score in their favor, then they stop getting the progress toward the disaster. And if they don't get progress toward the disaster, then we are fucksword. What the hell? Oh shit. So Ming has reached 11%. If I become a Ming tributary again, is there any way that I'm going to be able to trigger that? I don't think so. I'm going to wait. We're just waiting out this whoa, shit. Okay, we're waiting out this event. Oh, I can't wait out the event because there's now no chance of it popping. I forgot. Shit. So, in order to win this, okay, first of all, is there any reason whatsoever to continue this war? I can't make them a vassal. And I can't release sovereign nations while I'm currently at war. So this war with Oirat has very little purpose. So there's no way that I'm getting an alliance with the Timurids. Timurids are growing. So they're going to put all of their troops over here for reasons that are completely unknown to me. Let me take a look quick at this event. So 4 Okay, so no. Okay, I'm wrong. They need to have 25% war score in order for this to stop. Unless I'm wrong. I might be reading this incorrectly, but I'm pretty sure I've gotten it without having any war score against them before. So as long as the war is not dramatically in their favor. Oh, that is adjacent. I can't do that. Shit. So we need to get out of here. And we will be able to get out of here before they arrive. So we want Unguarded Nomadic Frontier to pop. If it does, then we have the potential to start turning this around. Because they're going to first of all lose 20 mandate, and they already are sitting at only 40 something. So they'll lose 20 mandate, they'll lose some stability, and so their armies will become paper thin. So that's good. In addition, they are hemorrhaging troops to attrition right now. And I'm hoping that I can get far enough away from them. And it looks like they're going to Kobdo now. So we have gotten far enough away. They are not currently sieging my capital or sieging anything else useful. So obviously I'm losing stuff. But let's take a look here. During this war, they have accrued 10,613 troops lost just to attrition alone. And that's never going to stop, really. So they have war exhaustion, and their war exhaustion is going to keep going up due to their attrition. These guys are going to Govi. Oh shit, they're no longer going to Govi. They're now coming to me. I shouldn't have come here. Mistakes were made. This is a huge issue because I'm going to arrive here. There's no way I'm going to be able to get out of here in time. And they have so many troops here. They have a good general too. And my people are going to be on the offensive because of the terrain. We just lost a lot of war score. I'm pretty sure that we're going to have to restart here. And it all comes down to the behavior of Ming. At the end of the day, if Ming starts aggressively expanding and conquering territory from its neighbors, there's never going to be a point where you can fight against them. It's just not feasible. If I didn't break the tributary status, or for instance, if I became a tributary again, then they're just going to start annexing Oirat. They have, because they've got claims against them, and they're now at 25%. So that's the end of this. I don't think there's a way to pull this war around the other direction by doing it a bit differently. If I brought up my armies, I think that would have just resulted in me having a bunch of debt and not being able to take any fights anyway. So, okay, I think I'm going to end. I'm going to restart here, but I will be right back first. So just. Okay, sorry about that. So, we're popping out of here, and we're going to restart this. So, I think, honestly, everything there went fine, except for the actual, annexation, or sorry, the actual behavior of Ming. I've legitimately never seen Ming behave like that, ever. I've had many iterations on this. I've never seen them start aggressively expanding west. So that was some really shitty luck that we got there. Let's see. It's tempting to try the height sheet because they have a much better leader than the others. But I don't see much reason to. Oh right. If I pick anyone other than these guys here, I won't be able to fully annex either of them. Yeah, I think that these guys have the best opening. So And it's not like my first leader matters that much since they die so fast. I just burned through rulers so quickly in this. That guy was in his 20s when he died? He wasn't a military leader. Let's see, so we're setting Yaren. Unfortunately, Korchin has set us as a rival this time. Heitzi has not. Actually, I'm going to set Korchin as my third rival. So we're going to get our general that way. I'm going to take Unite the Tribes. Land Leader Maneuver and Just. Ooh, those are... It's a good set to start the game off with. So we're going to raise our banners. And spend more on rooting out corruption. We're going to get rid of this fort. And I think I'm gonna do the support tribes thing. Cavalry cost minus 20% is a big deal. And I have high hopes for that. Now, in terms of this fleet has not really been terribly useful. I can't use this fleet against Yaren. And going up against these guys is honestly not that helpful. It gives me a foothold in Japan that I don't really need. So I'm just going to delete that fleet, and we should be able to progress. Anything else I need to do in the immediate term? No. Okay, so yes, we need to start fabricating claims over in Korea. And let's see, the other thing we need to do, I'm going to start do I want trying to think of what else I want to do. I can't get an alliance with Korchin, which has advantages and disadvantages. The advantages, that means that I'm not going to get that immediate... How big is Korchin? 113% war score. Means I'm not going to get a truce with them, but it also means that my fights are going to be substantially harder. So we're going to become a tributary state. We have 6 days. And now it's time to declare war. So, the war goal is to take Girin. And they have a better general than we have. And didn't matter. Okay, we're okay for now. We get some infantry combat ability. And what we're gonna do is leave. Send half of these guys over here. Half are gonna go to Yihi. So somebody is going to attack Haichi here. The question is who and when. So... I do not believe that they're going to go after me. Because of the two of us, we're the stronger one, and we're currently winning the fight. So... we're going to leave one guy behind and send the rest to deal with the rest of this. If I leave this one person here, that is sufficient for me to make sure that nobody else can take control of this siege and cause problems for me. And got Hulan. Done. These guys are heading to Ilan Hala, which is woods. Let's see if I can cancel that. Yes, we can. And they're now heading to Mergen, which is steppes. I do not have my leader here because I'm a complete moron, apparently. And we're going to send these guys back now. Now, the height seat might be strong enough right now. We should have read first, yes. They might be strong enough that nobody's willing to attack them because they have developed their thing up here. So, we'll see how this goes. I was expecting someone to attack them, but honestly, they build a big enough army here that it's probably not going to happen. And they build a big enough army here that it's entirely possible that they're going to come in and just crush me. So I might need to raise the rest of my banners and get over to Girin. We're actually just going to send him to Hunkun. It looks like they are completely willing to go in here. And they're probably going to win. And I guess not? Unfortunately, by doing this, they are substantially weakening both of us. And that means that somebody's going to declare war on either me or them. So... this actually doesn't cost nearly as much as I would have expected. Korea just declared war on us. So that's trouble. That is serious trouble. Alright, so what are we going to do about this? This is rough. So they are currently... Fortune did set them as a rival. I've gotten the impression that Fortune always sets them as a rival. This is taking too long. I'm just gonna restart. This is a really bad opening. Quite poor. This. Okay. It shouldn't be showing my desktop when I restart, but for some reason it does, so. I could try doing the high tea, but I feel like that's a weird place to start with. Garen actually has a really interesting start. They have a slightly better general, or sorry, a slightly better ruler than the Jianzhou, and one of the cool things is that when they go after the Haiqi and the Jianzhou, they do not have to core any provinces because all of the provinces that they would be taking are automatically cored as opposed to having this stuff. So it might. I'm going to try starting as the Yaren. It's a weird start. This is the group that I tried to do the start with the first time. And I seem to be starting with fewer troops. Let's take a look here. So unite the tribes. Fortune did set me as a rival. Buryatia set me as a rival. Korea does not set me as a rival. I cannot get an alliance with them. So we're gonna set having them friendly with me is a little strange. Everybody's friendly with me that I actually want to annex. So let's see. And the last one will be Buryatia. Okay, so what we need is to look at our fires. So we have 4 banners raised. I do not have a fortress that I'm paying for. And to do this. My air is not quite as good as the air is for the other guys. I'm gonna go ahead and get an actual general, as opposed to making my leader a general. He has some siege, which is nice. And do I want to just delete this? I'm thinking yes. We're gonna just disband this. That gives me plenty of stuff. And the only thing that's going to be different here is the opening gambit. Everything else should remain pretty much the same. So what we're going to try for... The other nice thing is that we have access to Buryatia at the very beginning as well. And we need to send them an offer to become their tributary. Because if we're not a tributary state, then when we go after the Haiti, we're in trouble. Fuck, they're allied with Corchin. So... the biggest of the tribes now has an alliance. And that's trouble. Oh, we're already in January. It took that long? Okay, well. Let's declare this war. Goal is to take Urin. And we're gonna just start... The way that I'm gonna handle it this time is I'm going to avoid fighting them until I have to. And I'm just going to sort of carpet siege them throughout the whole area. Just carpet siege my way down. Whoa, okay, well there's the army. I really wish that played out better for me. Oh god. We're so screwed. Yeah, you can't really do the same kind of arrangement as the Yaren, because they're just not as big. And more importantly, you don't have access to the opening gambit where you immediately take out the enemy army. So that's kind of troublesome. Oops. So what am I going to do here? I'm going to try that one more time. I might... What is the capital here? The capital is Hunkun, right? So the one advantage that you have as Yaren is that you don't have to deal with any fortresses. There's actually a couple of big advantages that you get as Yaren. The fortresses are a non-issue comparatively because you don't have to deal with this one, which is on the coast. So take Unite the Tribes. Corchin has sent me as a rival. Buryatia has not. So Corchin has set who as rivals. I'm pretty sure that what's going to happen here is these two are going to ally together. Korea set me as a rival. So if I set Corchin as a rival, Buryatia will be friendly with me and I can get an alliance with Buryatia. But if I do that, that doesn't really help me any. So, if I do... The problem that I have right now is that as Yaren, you start with the weakest army. You start out substantially weaker than either of these, as well as having less army potential off the bat. If I wanted to, I could expand west and conquer Buryatia off the bat. So rather than doing what I've been doing, let's try this at the very least. So basically what I'm thinking here is I can set Buryatia as a rival. And then Haichi and Jianzhou. So set these guys. Set these guys. Pop over here. Get my completely useless leader. And now I can open the game by doing some interesting stuff. So Jianzhou is a tributary. Haichi is not a tributary yet. Yet being the operative word. We need it to just get 2 banners raised to replace the other guys. I'm actually going to raise all of my banners. And we're going to start building a spy network in Korea. Again, the only thing that's meaningfully changing is our opening gambit. So the goal here is we're going to annex Buryatia, and then we are going to release it as a vassal. And are we going to do that? Are we going to raise any of their provinces? I feel like the answer to that should be no. No, we should not. Okay, so my mission is to unite the tribes. And I'm going to set Buryatia as a rival, which is what I had intended to do just now, but I didn't want to do it prematurely. So we can now declare war on them, and we're going to. Tribal conquest is the war goal. And let's see. Just going to charge straight toward their capital. And the hope here is that we're strong enough that our enemies don't just try to attack us. Here. I'm gonna leave 1 person behind because it looks like these guys are consolidating their army over in Uday. And I should have probably waited for the tick, but that's okay. So we're going to Bargizan. And who is it? Qing just became a tributary state of Ming. So that's good for us. It means that Qing will not be getting... So the Haichi just declared war on us. That's a problem because of the fact that it means that if I want to take territory from them, it's going to cost us diplomatic power. It's not. It costs us nothing to annex them. So all we have to do here is win this fight, annex all this territory, and then go back and beat up the Haichi as well. That said, that requires that we're able to beat up both of these armies, which may or may not be remotely feasible. And I think I'm just going to... What? Yeah, that's game over. They got a guy with 6 shock. They have a 6 shock general. Are you kidding me? So these guys are going to fight here. We're going to hopefully get our troops there in time. I'm pretty sure that this is already over. Like, I don't think I can't win a war against a 6 shock general when they have 8,000 cavalry. That's just not possible. These guys are going to Kirenga. We're going to go ahead and chase after them. It is grassland, so we should be able to do this. So, we do have the advantage that Miyuga-san is mountains. Janzhou has just declared war on us. This is... I think that's game over, dude. How on earth am I going to take all of these guys at once? We'll see. So we've taken control of this. And our goal now... What? Korchin joined in? Oh god. I have to fight everybody else. There's no way. There's no way I'm surviving this. It's not even theoretically possible for me to survive this, I don't think. The goal that I was trying to accomplish is if I can vassalize these guys, then I suddenly have a dramatically stronger military potential if I just vassalize them outright. The problem is I'm just gonna get completely carpet sieged here. And what the hell am I gonna do about it? Alright, so we're vassalizing these guys. They have claims in Korchin. I'm gonna go ahead and do this, because why not? Can I humiliate them? I can't, right? Yeah, I can't humiliate someone who's gonna become a subject, so we're gonna just do the end rivalry, because even though it doesn't make any sense, it allows us to get some extra stuff there. So we get 16 power projection from all that. And now I need to figure out how on earth I'm going to be able to handle this. So... These guys are currently sieging my capital. And the armies are all spread out in a variety of locations. Okay, so... I can go to Miyuga-san if I want, but I could also just go straight to Girin. I can also try piecing Korchin out by just... And I might be able to do it. I don't want to take any territory from Korchin during this initial war. And nobody can accumulate meaningful war score against me unless they take my capital, because it's all split. So what we're gonna do is take these guys to Sisigar. And I'm hoping that if we can take enough of their provinces, we will be able to force Korchin out of the war. If we can force Korchin out of the war, we have a reasonable chance of beating the other two, I think. Because they are not allied. So... So they're currently minus 82. And they're not even sieging Myogasan anymore. So I can't even get a white piece, even though I've taken like half of their territory. Okay, these guys are going to Boduna. And they're now starting to siege my capital again. Our vassal has decent-sized force. There's 22,000 troops, so it looks like Korchin is sending troops to prevent me from piecing out their ally. I don't think they're going to make it, though. I think we're going to be able to piece these guys out in time. I mean... the Alliance War Score is certainly working against me, but... we're currently sieging their capital, and we have almost every single province that they own. I think we're going to do this. So this is going to work. We're going to get a huge amount penalties here. We need to improve our relations with Briatia. War exhaustion is extremely painful right now. But that's okay. I can now sue for peace for nothing, and I can sue for peace and get war reparations. So I don't want to siege down their capital. And that means that I don't want to take any territory from them directly. So instead, we're piecing these guys out. We are getting some good business there. And Korchin is no longer at war with us. Okay. So, they're at negative 35% over here right now. And our goal is to deal with who next? Honestly, it might be in our best interest to try and take down one of these capitals. This is the Haiti. I'm going to split this army and start taking all this. Because if I can get some of this stuff under my belt, I should be able to get things going my way. So, taking this. Jianzhou is someone that we're not going to be able to piece out anytime soon. And unfortunately, these guys have a huge advantage over me. If they didn't have that 6 shock general, I feel like we'd have a chance here. Just because of how many penalties they have. But because of the fact that they have a guy who has 6 shock, I don't see how we'd be able to deal with this guy. I mean, this guy is a god tier general for this section of the game. He has absolutely everything you could possibly want. And so even with the fact that they're in the mountains here, they're still going to have a huge advantage over us just in terms of the actual fight. Like, if you look at this, they've got a -2 in this phase that doesn't matter. But then in the phase that does matter, they've got a +3 over us. So they're just going to crush us. So we're going to have to restart. But that's actually proof of concept. The only reason that that was like an unwinnable war for us, even though we had all of them coming up against us, the only reason that was an unwinnable war was because of the fact that they had that 6th shock general. A 6th shock general is just something that you can't deal with. He had absolutely everything that he needed, including he had a point of siege, which negates a portion of the bonus that you get there. So I'm going to keep trying with Yaren, because I actually like their opening better than I like the opening for Jianzhou. I like the fact that I don't have to core anything. I like the fact that I can go immediately against Buryatia and get them as a thinger. Jianzhou, Yaren, and Haiti, which is perfect. So Buryatia and these guys are obvious choices here. You improve my prestige is not going to happen immediately. So we're going to set our rivals as Buryatia. And now, these guys are not going to ally with them, which is good. We get rid of these, and we are going to build up for them first. Set of a national focus, national unrest reduction, which is not too bad. We're going to get a general. We are going to hope he's decent. And 3 shock. 3 shock and 3 mobility. That's pretty good. It's not, you know, the 6 shock and 1 siege guy that they had over there. But this is a good combo for me. This is plenty. We are going to go ahead and do this because it's going to be worthwhile. And we are going to do... We're going to raise our banners in both of these provinces, both of these states rather, and send everybody up to Urken. And we are going to figure out what we want to do here. Pretty much everyone has set me as a rival. Like, I'm rivals with every single adjacent territory. I'm going to go ahead and start building a spy network over here. I don't have any merchants set, so I guess can't send a merchant here. We'll just send someone to collect here. Call it a day. Okay, it's now the 6th. We're gonna declare war on the 11th because there's no guarantee that these guys will not ally together. So the war has been declared, and the goal here we need to get our corruption. Actually, I'm amazed how much corruption I'm getting. It might be that the amount of corruption that you get is partially is like reduced by the amount that it is relative to your force limit or something. This is woods. These guys are going to Kirenga. I'm going to fight them in Kirenga instead, because we should be able to get there. No trouble. It's obviously not optimal to fight them at all for a few reasons. The most major of which being that it's going to increase the likelihood that somebody decides to declare war on me. So Ming just declared war on Korchin. I'm now goal-oriented. Goal-oriented is very potent. Okay, we took these guys out. I don't have to worry about Korchin declaring war on anyone, which is good. So Korchin is also not allied with anyone yet. So since they're not allied with anyone, I should have an opportunity here to hopefully get control. These guys are going to arrive on the 21st. Okay, so hopefully we'll be able to get these guys as a vassal. Question is, do I want to set them as a vassal now? Or do I want to annex them and then create a vassal out of their ashes? I think annexing them and creating a vassal out of their ashes is a better strat, so I'm going to do that. I'm gonna annex them and then release them. So that's gonna mean taking all this territory. The complete annexation of Buryatia should give us a decent bit of power projection. And hopefully we'll be able to do this without anyone declaring war on me. If I can take Buryatia as a vassal and have them be a loyal vassal, then I can declare war on Haichi, take them out. Is anybody... None of these guys have actually taken the step and become a tributary of Ming. So if I can become a tributary of Ming before they do, I really hope that Korchin doesn't get a bunch of territory taken by Ming here. I'm hoping that Korchin just becomes their tributary. Ooh, yeah. Invest that money. There we go. So we won the siege. We can now fully annex them. That's great, and allows us to do some other stuff. First of all, we can set Korchin as a rival. And we're going to release Buryatia. As a vassal. So, for whatever reason, Korchin's no longer a valid rival, and look at all that territory taken by Ming. So, if I wanted, I could go in and annex them. Okay, so Korea's attacking Jeonjo. So... That is trouble. Look at all that territory that they took. Oh, God. It's okay, though. The key is that Korchin being taken like that doesn't really cut us off in our expansion. And that's the really important consequence of what was happening before. I'm going to take a look at the military of me versus my rivals. The Heitzi only have a tiny army. So we're going to send these guys down here. And this is all territory that's easy to deal with. So we're going to go into this territory and take Girin. So they have a much smaller army than me right now. I'm going to just get one person out of here. And we're going to arrive here first, and they have steps. So they can't really run this way, and they can't run at all because they're gone. So we're going to do this, pop over here, and pop into Girin. We're going to detach a siege here, move these guys back. And these guys are my loyal vassal for now. So this should go fine. Are they building something here? 14th of September. We will arrive on the 19th of September, so it's not a good idea to charge. Just gonna leave these guys here until we're ready. So the problem here is we want to take some territory from Jeonjo. They're currently being attacked by Korea, but Korea doesn't have control of this. Do I want to declare the war now? Because I could just split this army in half, which I'm going to do this. We need to declare the war on Jeonjo now, because if we don't, we're in deep shit. So conquer Hunkun is going to be our war goal. And they're currently at war with Korea and me. So we're going to send these guys down to Hunkun. And never mind, Korea just showed up. And maybe we'll be able to do it. Korea might sort of abandon the siege accidentally. We'll just have to see what happens. And Korea has abandoned the siege. So taking control of this. And we have our vassal to finish sieging down provinces for us. So all we have to do is make sure that we can take control of these provinces, and then we can, interestingly enough, the Koreans took Jeonjo very quickly. I assume it was probably a mothballed fort. Nobody else is currently at war with these guys. I'm gonna send one. Whoa! I'm gonna send this army over here to wipe out this army. So we have two sieges going on, and the goal here, I think that what's going to happen is Korea is going to get a little bigger. They're going to take some territory, but we can't actually annex these guys in one war anyway. So it's not a huge deal. And it will just give us the ability to take a bunch of territory from Korea, and we might be able to take all of our cores right at the beginning here if that happens. So we'll just have to see. We're waiting on both of these sieges. And our power projection is actually 59 now. So we have a decent leader. We have wow. It paid off all the debt of a nation that's about to cease to exist. Okay, so we're going to peace out with both of these guys simultaneously. There's no reason to... allow this to go on. And I think we're going to take every single province that Korea doesn't have control of. So the hope so we have 13,000 troops. Korea is gonna have Korea has 17,000 troops right now. We've won both of these wars. We are just going to peace out on both. So full annexation is going to be required for both. So just go ahead and send this. And we will go ahead and sue for peace against these guys. We will take all of this. This is 43% overextension. What is our current overextension? 64. So we don't want to take all of this because it'll put us at over 100% overextension, which is obviously bad. So we are going to not take Ilan Hala. But we will humiliate them and require reparations. I guess war reparations don't mean anything because of the fact that they are going to cease to exist after me and Korea are both done with them. Send this demand. And there we go. So we're up 100 power projection. And we can now look into what we want to do to Korea. We have the superior army. We're going to reduce overextension. So we just need to core Girin and Hunkun, yes. So Hunkun. So we core these two provinces, and that will give us a core on this entire Manchu region, which will be good. So, if I increase my stability, that's not going to happen. Let's see. So, the other thing is that we have a larger army between us and our vassal than Korea does. So if we wanted, we could actually declare war on Korea and try to take their territory. problem is that they're probably going to have forts in both of these locations. They might not keep this fort. They might not keep the fort. So let's take a look. Korchin, I am not in a peace treaty with. So I'm going to take all of Korchin's territory and feed it to my vassal, because that seems like the sensible thing to do while I get an idea of what's going on here. I actually do feel like we have a better opening here. My strategic interests. Why do you have no interest in having me? I'm very terrified of the fact that these guys do not want me as a... Oh boy. Alright, so we're going to declare war on Korchin. Just pop straight in here. Alright, so... Jiangzhou is no longer a valid rival. Korea now has two forts right next to each other. They're both mothballed. They've set me as a rival. So with both of these forts mothballed, I don't think that a fortress that has 0 people in it is actually... I don't think it projects a zone of control. So since I don't think it projects a zone of control, we should... be able to declare war on them and actually get people to take both of these fortresses at once. I'm not positive, but I think that's something that I can do. And if I can take both of those fortresses in one little chunk, that'll help me considerably. That said, I'm still very worried. Wow. Okay, never mind. I don't need to go in there. They've got 5,000 troops. So we're starting to improve our relations with Ming. But I needed to do it earlier, I guess. I should have become their tributary at the start of the game. Because... for whatever reason, they're not willing to get me as a tributary now. They're just feeling militarily expansionistic. So these cores will be done soon-ish, but I think I can piece out of this war before that happens. And we'll just give all this territory over to Buryatia. And we're actually up to 178 development already. Which is not too bad, honestly. So Chagatai is supporting the independence of Mongolia. I'm just concerned about this whole strategic interest thing. Okay, so we can now annex this territory. Let's do it before anything bad happens to us. So we now need to set our rivals. We can set Korea, we can set Oirat, and we can now go to our subjects pane and grant some provinces to these guys. We're going to give them Onangol. Hulunbury. And we can't give them anything else, because if we give them anything else, we will not have access to Mongolia. So we're going to go ahead and core this. I should have... Oh, I guess I can't raise that. That's fine. So we're going to raise this. We're going to core it. And for these, we can increase the autonomy as well. Oh shit! Mistakes were made. I'm now at 109% overextension. This means... Okay, so... This is some trouble. This is some serious trouble. We're at 109% overextension, which means that we now have all sorts of unfortunate and nasty things that can happen to us. How close are we to coring these? We have... See, what I should have done was actually just waited. I was planning on giving all this territory away, but then I realized that I can't do that because then I can't get to Mongolia. I need to be able to declare war on Mongolia. Okay, so an inflation event is just about the best thing that could possibly happen when we're... So next month, our thing will finish. We will cease immediately to have any, rebels. The Jianzhou separatists are going to disappear as soon as we hit this button. And there we go. So we now formed the Manchu, and we have a bunch of separatists who apparently are still going to spawn for some reason. Wonder why. So I only consider this to be a territorial core. I didn't get an actual proper core on it for some reason. So let's turn this into a state. And do we want to core everything in it? Wait, what? How's Garen not a core? Is this my capital? Where'd my capital go? Wait, I keep my current capital? That's weird. Huh. So if I do this, I actually keep my current capital. I don't get a core on Giran for whatever reason. And okay, so this is incredibly bizarre. So a lot of stuff doesn't appear to have like properly ticked over yet. Let's see, we've got to state this. Okay. So, this is now our capital. Unkun and Ninguta can still pop these guys. And why do I not have a proper core here either? So, for whatever reason, I don't get a proper core on the actual capitals. We're going to go ahead and just take those capital cores. This is a good set of provinces. We're going to go ahead and set this as core. And this is already a state. Okay, so what is our autonomy like? We're going to give this to the tribes, which does not give me what I need. And we're going to give this to the tribes, and that hopefully, yes. So those two provinces are enough to do that. Can I still cannot become their tributary. I'm really concerned about what's happening there. I cannot declare war on Korea because I can't become a tributary of Ming. So I don't know how I'm going to do this, but I do like this opening. I think this is a better opening than the opening with Jianzhou. It's susceptible to having some trouble. But I like it. I like it. Okay. Ming has just given us an offer to become a tributary state. So we're now going to become a tributary of Ming. And that's good, because as a tributary of Ming, we can declare war on Korea. So Korea is sitting on 13,000 total troops. They have... Is this mothballed? Yes. Is this mothballed? Yes. So our goal is to take both of those fortresses on the first day, their first month. So, we can now declare war on Ming, or sorry, let's not declare war on Ming. Now declare war on Korea. Show superiority. And we're gonna charge straight in there. So can we arrive? Oh no, there's no way we're gonna be able to arrive in time. Why can't I go straight? We're gonna arrive on the 20th. They'll arrive on the 1st. I don't know if this is gonna work or not. They have 0 people. So here's the question, do we want to do this? I guess we don't have any choice in the matter. So they have a 1-1 general. And we're gonna try... And we're gonna succeed, it looks like. So, off the bat, we're taking control of both of these forts. The siege is done. And now we can move over to here. The siege of that is done. And we're already in very, very good shape here. We can now go siege their capital. They do not have a fortress over here. So we're not going to be able to actually take their capital. So I think I'm actually just going to move back here. And we're going to try to get these guys pieced out ASAP. Just gonna take as much territory as I can. I'm not even going to worry too much about looting. Looting just gives me money. I'm already sitting at max horde unity. So, and I'm going to take as much of this territory as I can. I think I can take... I think I can take quite a lot. So, let's go do that. Okay. So, I'm actually really shocked that these guys are still in the green. And let's see. This is a core. This is also a core, right? Yeah. So we're going to be able to take all of this, and then I'll just take as much as I can. So the key here is that the only rebels we have to face right now are going to be Korean rebels. That's the only viable rebels that can spawn. So all we have to do is deal with them effectively, and we should be completely set. So we're just gonna pop over here. I'll just chill right here. So they're gonna head there. And they're still very enthusiastic about this war. Their war enthusiasm is not deteriorating. I'm actually going to move these guys right over into their capital and see how it goes. I'm not going to move anyone to Wanju because it's very fast for them to get there, and it's easy for me to make a mistake there. So I'm not going to do that. Instead, we're just going to sit on all this. We currently have 2 of their fortresses under our control. They immediately get a supply shortage. Poirot is no longer a valid rival. Presumably because Mongolia broke free, and yes, that's what happened. Mongolia just broke free. So, assuming that Mongolia is successful. These guys are going down there. I'm gonna send these guys to here. And it looks like we are going to have to siege down their capital in order to take any of their stuff. So, not super concerned about it. So these guys are in a dangerous position right now because of the fact that I can't actually reach them. I don't think. I guess we'll see. Okay. Either way, things are looking reasonably fine. I don't know what is going on with my vassal. Looks like they're sending troops to die. See, this is a problem because I keep having to prevent them from moving. So this is a 94. Am I going to take 94% off of that? It occurs to me that I do not have what I wanted to have. That's okay, though. Honestly, when I'm taking territory from the, well, just about anyone. When I'm conquering territory, I should have been paying more attention. Okay, we got a wall breach. So this should start going very strongly in our favor soon. Start rolling ones. Okay, so we are going to send someone back into Buryatia to keep improving relations. And these guys have Pike Square now. Shit, that was fast. So that's why they're coming this way, probably. Maybe not. Okay, so they have Pike Square now, and Pike Square is, of course, extremely scary. Mongolia is losing their War of Independence. And they're losing it pretty badly because they've already lost their capital. So Mongolia is not going to get independence here. I do have the opportunity, if I want, to declare war on Mongolia. And then, when I end up in a war with Oirat... Oh, Oirat's also at war with Ming now. That's interesting. Okay, so they are going in here. We do not have anybody we can hire. We can hire the guy that gives me morale, but that's not that valuable. Okay, I feel like they have Pike Square. We have dramatically more cavalry, though. And we might actually be able to take this fight with our current stats. And if we roll 9s, that helps. Yeah. So even with Pike Square, they don't have the capacity to attack me because I'm currently sitting in farmland. I'm getting 25% bonus to all damage that I deal. And I have the better general, so I don't even have to worry about that. I get a +2 bonus there on the shock phase. So, all I have to do is finish taking the capital, and then I can just walk through all of this territory. Like, I can go after their armies and wipe them out. So, we've got 94% war score in terms of what we want, rather. This is what, 94. And we should be able to wipe out their army here. It is Highlands, which is not a great place to fight for us. But they don't have very many troops, so... Are you willing to peace out now? The answer is no, so we're just going to keep the war going. Okay, let's see. And this won't give us as much overextension as you'd expect. We're getting 48% overextension because almost all the territory that we're taking well, not almost all, but a decent portion of the territory we're taking is actually stuff that we have a core on already. So they are now willing to peace out with all of this territory going to me, which is great. So Yahoo! We're now piecing out, and we take a huge number of cores. We now have 3 forts. Well, we have 2 forts. And let's see. I'm going to delete this fort because there's really no reason for us to have this. There is 5 unrest here. And let's see, what else are we going to do? We can make this a state if we want. We might as well. And the estates are in control of provinces. And we will give it to them. What will we give them? Alright, actually, before we do anything else, we need to start raising everything. So let's get our points going. That's raised. This can't be raised. This can be. And just as usual, we do not want to raise any territories that are actually Manchu. So Gagné. So we've got some unrest. I don't know why we have separatists. Okay, so let's take a look at this. So the Jeonjo separatists are going to spawn. There are 20,000 of them, so we do not want to let them spawn. So rather than letting these guys spawn, we are going to increase our stuff here. So Hunkun. So why isn't my autonomy so high? I don't know how my stuff got so high here. Ah, because the Koreans increased it. So the Koreans increased it here. So Hunkun I can increase. And Jeonjo, because of the fact that it's so high here, I'm just going to go ahead and give this over to the tribes. And let's see. Hunkun. It's reasonably high. And we're going to give this to the tribes as well, because again, the stuff is just so high. That puts them at 30%, which is where they want to be. We can now get Pike Square if we want, but I'd rather hold on to my technological increases for a little bit at least. Now, these guys are causing me trouble. I'd like to know how to easily resolve it. How much this is coming from organization. Hello. So we can get National Unrest -2 from this. And if I drop this by 2, That'll give me about... It'll give me 2 unrest gone. So now it's 0.4 in each of these provinces, and it's only 16k total troops. So I might be able to get away with not resolving that immediately. So, interestingly enough, we have a 0% penalty because Renaissance hasn't popped yet. So that's cool. So, we've now got a decent amount of territory here. We now have a bunch of stuff that we need. How many? Korean Separatist is actually only 16,000. So that's easy enough to deal with, actually. So, once I finish coring this, which will happen this month, hopefully. No, 3rd of February. Okay, we can go ahead and increase our base tax this way. So Sisigar and Buteha are both bored now, which is great. And do we want to declare war on Mongolia? Oirat is allied with Saragyogir and not the Timurids anymore. So I can actually afford to just wait until the war with their overlord is over, because when they get put back under their overlord, it's not going to be troublesome for me. Okay, so Jeonjo are dealt with. These guys have 0.5%. It's unlikely. These guys are damn near 0. So once I get my overextension reduced to 0, we should be fine. So for now, we're gonna wait just a bit. So do we have any other diplomatic relations we want to make? We want to form an alliance with anybody, because the Ashikaga, I feel like the Timurids are a good group to get an alliance with. The problem that the Timurids have is that they have a tendency to explode to rebels. And since I can get this and the thing hasn't spawned yet, we're just going to go ahead and do this. We're obviously going to need Pike Square for our future wars, so we might as well get it now. And it shouldn't take long now before most of these disappear. The Korean Separatists we're going to have to deal with by actually defeating them. So, where are they going to spawn? So I have fort maintenance that I don't really want to pay. We're just going to destroy this castle. I don't see the point. It would be... Okay, I'm going to just go ahead and renounce the claim in the core. We don't need it. That's this province that we would have had a claim on, but it's not a big deal. Okay, so We actually have a lot of national unrest reduction right now. We have a just ruler, and we have this guy. So our unrest is pretty damn low right now. So how much... I'm going to deal with the Korean separatists before I enter my next war. And Oirat. I'm actually not sure how they're losing this war so badly, considering... Why are they losing? It says that the attacker controls EU4, but that's not true. Whatever. Oh, my spy network here is at 100. We're gonna go ahead and start fabricating claims. We're gonna take Pension, Suwon, Chungju. There we go. Let's take a look here. So my thing here is to get overextension reduced. And there we go. The institution's tech penalty has finally started cropping up. How much? So 7 years and we can finish the annexation of Jeonjo. Mongolia is still, for whatever reason, not considered to be in control of their capital. I don't get it. Okay, so the Yaren tribes are causing problems for us. There's Korean separatists. So that's what this leads to. This leads to the tribes showing up as opposed to actual separatists. And the separatists that are not really a big deal. They should go away soon. And I'm going to get my stability increased before I do anything else. So these Korean separatists, there's going to be 16,000 of them. And this is hills. I don't want to be fighting them in hills. I want to fight them in grassland. And the only option there is to be here in Pyongyang. That said, I actually would rather start out in... So if they do pop up, do we know where they will? So we're going to have to deal with those Yaren tribes as well. Interestingly enough, they're called Yaren tribes and not Manchu tribes. A little bizarre. Okay, so we're waiting on overextension. Well, we're not really waiting on overextension. Oh shit, Mongolia's getting... What is Ming doing? Mongolia tribute. Okay, so I'm hoping that Mongolia doesn't cede a bunch of territory to Ming. The Ming don't have any claims, but do they ever have claims? Oh my god! Well, we just lost access to the west. Again, look at that territory that Ming's conquering. I should have gone after Mongolia. Okay, well, we need to start annexing our vassal. We cannot because they haven't been our vassal for 10 years yet. So Ming is moving fast. And the Korean separatists showed up in exactly the place that I want them to. So that's perfect. And we have more mobility than them, so we even have no penalties here. Okay, so we're gonna just crush our way through both of these separatist armies. And this isn't even a separatist army. So, we don't have to worry about Korean separatists for a while. This is mountains. Why is it mountains? Mistakes were made. I shouldn't have gone in there until I had actually reinforced my troops. I don't know if we'll win. We're pretty even on really bad rolls, so there we go. We've got it. We've got it, but we're extraordinarily weak now. So this is expensive. Okay, so that's done. And what else do we need? Ah, so that's why it was so expensive, is because Ming hadn't gotten it yet. We're used to getting a nice cost reduction there. Okay, so do we have a rival? Yes, Korea is still our rival. And we don't have anywhere to expand again. Damn it, Ming. This time it's largely my fault. It's Garen and Yihi, right? But this is actually a pretty good start. I think that Yaren has a better start than Jianzhou. It's harder at the very beginning. The very beginning is harder. You have, like, figuring out what you're going to do exactly is not as simple. But if you win that war and just take Buryatia as a vassal at the very start, it really does help considerably. And it looks like if I had just kept Onan Goal, I would not have this problem. So what am I going to do now? I can't expand until I've had Buryatia for 10 years. I can't offer vassalization to Mongolia because in addition to taking all that territory, do I want to set these? Not yet. So I can get a thing that requires that we go and fight Ming. Seems like a great non-plan. I don't think we're going to be getting to 90% before we do anything at all. I certainly hope not. And I can now boost my stability if I want, but... Whoa, why does it cost so much? Oh my god, that religious unity. Oh, right, because Confucian is not set as my... Oh, and that's the other reason. Okay. So, I don't have Confucian set as my syncretic faith. I lose prestige if I set a syncretic faith. If I do Vajrayana, I get +1 yearly horde unity, which is actually really good. Not sure what I want to do. One nice thing about leaving Tengri is it just gives me a massive bonus in the ability to just use as many cavalry as I want. So there is that. So what do I want to do here? So March of next year is the first opportunity to do that. So we're setting ourselves to hostile with Oirat. The hope here so if I'm going to do this, it looks like I'm going to have to be more aggressive earlier. But it's actually okay for me to spend a little bit of time relaxing because I've taken a huge amount of territory right off the bat. Korea is now something that I can go in on very easily. I should have taken Hanseong. I did not take this, but I should have, because it has a fortress as well as being their capital. So it's okay for one province to have an autonomy increase. So I'm not actually going to change these guys to steppe cavalry because I feel like it's better to not. If we get... How many troops does Ming have right now? Where are all the Ming troops? How does Ming have such a tiny army? They only have, what, like 30,000 troops? Wow. Ming is actually in a really weak position right now. They have a huge number... Why are they hostile toward me? I'm a tributary. That's interesting. Usually Ming is not hostile toward their own tributaries. Okay, so that's potentially some trouble. These guys are hostile toward me. Okay. Oh. Is it a good idea to actually cancel tributary now? Because Ming is currently in just about the weakest position I've ever seen them. They have 0 manpower. They are currently sitting on 22 mercenaries, and they only have 50,000 total troops. So they're really not in a good position to attack anyone. So I'm actually just going to cancel Tributary right now. And I'm going to just boost my stability back up. Okay, so... doing this gives me a claim against Ming. So let's go ahead and keep fabricating claims here. So we just lost our military leader, and he was pretty good, but not, like, completely amazing, so we have 0 unrest right now in our empire. So that's promising. And I'm not going to be increasing my nation's size too quickly right now. We're going to annex Buryatia. And I think that what we're going to do next, because we don't really have any need to take Mongolian territory necessarily. Do I have any claims here? I do. I have claims on territory that are Mongolian. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to raise 5 banners here, and that'll help me. That'll help me if Ming decides to attack. I have 2 Manchu provinces here, but I don't know if there's enough stuff there. I'm just gonna raise all the banners that I can. So, Ming is offering to allow us to become a tributary again, and I say no. So, I could be feeding right now. It's possible that this is not the appropriate strategy. But I'm going to try it because I feel like it's better to try this than to play it safe, because who wants to play it safe? It's boring. And we also have the ability, if we so please, because of the fact that we're pure Tengri, to completely eliminate infantry from our army and have armies of exclusively cavalry. That seems overly expensive to me. I'm gonna start improving my relations with these guys if I can. I don't need to keep improving relations here. Nice. Okay, I lose a bit of prestige, get a penalty to my tax modifier and my capital, but I get a really nice bonus. It's interesting that I apparently consider them to be my future subject. I was under the impression that he usually put a question mark there anytime it was a player. So, unfortunately, we do have some trubs. Are we... We are not quite on the list here yet. We need to get a little bit more to beat Castile. And we are not actually size 300. Oops. So I just got myself in a dangerous position for absolutely no reason, because I'm not going to be triggering the thing yet. I'm not big enough. I'm close, but I am not big enough. So, what does that mean? We will get a little bit here. And we'll get some here. But this is in 3 years? So, we're going to have a difficult time maintaining things up until then. It looks like I cannot maintain this army the way that it is. We're going to get rid of... We're going to get rid of my like, uber cavalry. And it looks like rooting out corruption is what's causing me to be in the negative, so... Take the administrative power. So my goal is to hit rank 5 admin. These guys are still hostile toward me. So, we have a truce with these guys for 8 more years. This is 15. So, when we finish annexing Buryatia, that will give us half of Buryatia's territory in, Okay, so half of Buryatia is not going to be a huge bonus, and it's not going to be quite enough. But at that point, we can then declare war on things like Jianzhou, and we can't declare war on Korea anymore because they're a tributary of Ming. So is Mongolia. No, it isn't. Okay. So, if we had Casus Belli on Mongolia, which we would if we had Onangol, it's fine. I can now set Oirat as a rival again, which is good, because it means that I can now declare war on them. I could even do a humiliate rival right now if I wanted. And the question is, do I? I think the answer is yes. Honestly. Is the answer yes? How long will it take before we... %, might as well. Buryatia has embraced feudalism. Oirat is no longer a valid rival. So we eclipsed Oirat. That's useful. You know... Trust is very low right now. So I can't fabricate any claims right now. These guys are still hostile toward me. Just because they want one province, apparently. Da, da. Okay, I'm not going to be able to go after these guys first. I'm going to have to go after Jianzhou first. I like how they just send this every single month. Like, I don't understand why they aren't accepting this. Why would anyone not want to be... They must not have gotten our previous letter. Let's just send another letter. That'll solve the problem. So let's see, April... No, not April. November. Ugh. November of next year. If I had declared war over here, I would be much bigger now. Then again, I'd be much bigger, but I'd also not be any closer to getting national ideas. So all I'd be doing is increasing the total amount of trouble that I have before getting humanism. So in 5 years, this recent uprising modifier will go away. So that's 2.5 points of separatism gone. "7 years, we'll be able to declare war on Korea. Honestly, because my stuff is decaying anyway, I think it might be in my best interest to set this as my secondary, just to reduce the cost of getting my stuff. And that didn't even have an alert on it. Holy shit. Okay, so that also improves our other stuff. Let's see. Yeah, 597 power. That's going to save us a lot. That's a lot of points. God damn, Ning. Are you for cereal right now? So we're about to get national ideas. National ideas will allow us to get our other stuff. Have we? Oh, was that feudalism? That was feudalism, not Renaissance. I was like, what? How did my vassal get it? Okay. That makes much more sense. I even get a production efficiency bonus out of this, actually. We should... Okay, so we're fine. Taking humanist ideas. We do not have long. We're ready to annex these guys. And we shouldn't have any separatism or anything to deal with. Just... good old full-fashioned annexation. Now... truce is over. Time to declare war. I guess we'll do the reconquest because it's a bit cheaper. And there's a possibility that now that the Ming can't keep sending me that request, because I'm currently at war, that they will instead decide to just declare war on me. That is a distinct possibility. Let's take a look at Ming. They currently have 80,000 troops, and they have 4,000 manpower. So this will give me, how much? This will give me 15 development. Oh, actually, you know how I can improve my development? Okay, once this war is over, and we have taken Buryatia, we should actually get over 300 development automatically. So my development in Girin is currently 16. So I'm going to start pumping this. I guess I'm not going to get up to 300 with this and just pumping points into it. So for now, I'm not going to worry about it. Disease outbreak, EU. Keep fabricating claims. And the more claims that we have here, the more 50. The more easily we can get stuff. I don't know if I want to get, I feel like I want to get my Renaissance stuff done first, but at the same time, while I want to get Well, I want to upgrade this as fast as possible. I am really, really, really concerned. I think I'm going to take this guy. I think I need more military power right now. I'm going to take this guy just because it gives me the bonus. And this, when I take these provinces, that will give me a decent bonus to my income because this is two reasonably high value provinces. We've got 3-3 and 3-2 here. So the hope is that by taking these provinces, I'll be in good enough shape. So we're at 81% with this annexation. And once we finish the annexation process here, we will start triggering Ming's descent, so to speak. That's interesting. What was the strategic interest plus 705? Okay, so we're all set. We're piecing out, annexing. Go. And this is all already states, right? Yeah. So we can... This is at 50% autonomy. We're going to go ahead and give it to the tribes. And hopefully... Pops this up a bit. I don't want to... Okay, I'm actually going to do this just because I can't afford to lose prestige when I'm about to end up in a war with Ming. The Ming are going to declare war on me at any moment. I don't know when it's going to happen, but it's probably going to happen sooner rather than later. If I could get a peace, if I could get an alliance with the Ashikaga, that would change matters. So I need 14. There's... Can I get 14 clicks here? I might actually be able to do this. I now have 304 development. Well, shit. Part of that is my vassals, actually, so didn't do as much as I would have liked. It says 86% autonomy. Let's go ahead and give that to the tribes. So my horde unity is steadily dropping. Oirot is currently at war with Ming, is it? Yep. So Oirot and Ming are fighting. I'm hopeful. Hopeful that I'll be able to just pop in against Oirot and just like sit on their capital fort and the capital of Mongolia. So let's move ourselves in that direction. I obviously can't declare war until wait for them to get to the next province. That's a goal. Okay, so Ming's busy with Oirat for right now, but they're not going to be for long. And we'll see if we can stay alive. Okay, so it's going to cost 107. To get the next point of military. So we're not exactly close, but we're not super far away. And we're now at 100%, so we're going to be annexing them, and then we can declare war on Mongolia, and by extension, Oirat. Now, I've never actually seen Oirat become integrated into Ming as a result of one of these wars. So we're going to set the war goal as taking Ihiri. Gonna immediately send these guys in. And we're gonna go sit on the cat. No, we're not. This army. We've become a great power. And we don't have anybody who's a... Oh, what? Oh my god, are you kidding me? Ming just cut me off completely. There's no actual Mongolia for me to conquer. I don't think I can take any provinces. But I can make Oirat a vassal. They are small enough that I can make them a vassal. So we're going to send this guy into Kirenga. We're going to wait for these guys to get halfway there. Okay, so on the plus side, we got the declaration off, so all we need to do now is get Oirat as a vassal. So Oirat as a vassal isn't perfect, but hopefully Oirat has some claims or something. Oirat has a core here. So we can declare war on Oirat's neighbors using Oirat. So these guys are going to Irkutsk. I thought I sent these guys to Uday. Okay, so if I make Oirat into a vassal, then I can use that as a stepping stone to go after Chagatai. Okay, so we're gonna leave Guy here. These guys might be going to their own capital. What the hell? These guys keep going down here. I'm gonna have to change the path. I'm gonna have to manually tell them to go to Irkutsk first. So they're going to Irkutsk directly. And we're gonna send these guys to Kokdo. Is that what I want to do? Yes, yes it is. We're gonna send these guys down here. And so now that these guys are already locked into where they're going, we're gonna send them directly down to here. So this is the army that has the leader, so it should be okay. So we're gonna set on their capital, and they have a really trashy leader, but they actually have more troops than we have in that location. So we're gonna move these guys to here instead. Everything takes so long. Okay, perfect. We've got another claim ready to fabricate. I'm gonna go with Yeonju. And we have a claim on almost all of Korea now. So the problem is that I can't actually go after Korea until I'm ready to fight Ming. But I think we should be okay here. We're gonna create a vassal out of these guys. I still don't understand why they're hostile. It's such a strange mentality for them to have. They don't even have a reduction to our relations from wanting that province. So it's just very strange. So these guys are going to Kokdo. We're going to go ahead and guide here and set the rest of them down here. It looks like they are going for it anyway. They're going to arrive on the 2nd of February. They are locked in. We have twice as many troops as they do. So, and we're both steppe hordes, so it's not like the penalty in mountains is really that relevant. I guess I should be clicking on these guys. And the penalty doesn't even matter because we've got the better general. So overall, it's a wash there. So they just attacked twice as many troops with absolutely nothing giving them the advantage. In other words, they were just being dumb. So we're going to merge these. We're going to split them in half. Send these guys up here, I guess. And we can get our first thing, which gives us religious unity. And that's actually really big for me. Oh, I guess it isn't as big because of the fact that I did set Confucianism. So, what? Ming has a claim on a bunch of their provinces. But, because I can vassalize Oirat, this will be very, very good for us. Now, my hope is that when Ming inevitably attacks me, I'll be able to hold my own and take them out. Let's see, Ming is still only at 500 manpower, and I think that that's honestly why they haven't attacked yet, is that with so little manpower, if they lose any troops, they suddenly do not have a good situation on their hands. So, I'm pretty sure that's why they haven't attacked me. And the fact that they haven't attacked me yet is very, very good for me. The event will pop in the reasonably near future. I don't think it'll be more than another, I don't know, like 12 years or something. And that'll mean that that event will have popped before 1480. And that's pretty damn early. That's a really fast start. So it turns out that Yaren is more difficult to get your start with. But once you get it... Okay, so we've now made Oirat into our vassal. Korea is no longer a valid rival because we are just too damn big. And we can now set the Ashikaga as a rival if we so please. So here's the question. Are they still hostile toward us? Yeah, so screw them. We're setting them as a rival. Okay. So now... we have the ability to declare war on Chagatai if we so please. If we do, we're going to end up in a massive war. Can we declare war on Uzbek? No. So, declaring war on Chagatai... puts us into a war... Oh my god, look at the Timurids. That's a pretty big war. I don't think I want to go into that. But now that we got Oirat as a vassal, we're sitting on over 30,000 troops total, which is actually a pretty good number. We can set Korea as a rival again, for whatever reason. And the Ming are again spamming us with tribute requests. Our truce with the Koreans will end soon. Oh, Oirat has high liberty desire. Let's fix that. So let's start improving our relations with Oirat. Are you guys standing still or moving? Okay, they're moving. And we have provincial unrest, but not a lot of it. Not a lot of unrest. We are in a good position here. So if Ming does attack us, that's obviously bad. And we just need, what, one more? Yeah, we need one more tick, I think. 94.46. So the next thing we're going to get is going to be -2 to our national unrest. I don't know where Oirat is going. Okay, so what other groups do we have in this region? The Balmanis are probably not an option. Muscovy is definitely not going to be an option. There is Uzbek. Chagatai is a bad option because I'm planning on declaring war on them relatively soon. Kazan, Nogai, and Delhi. Delhi is reasonably sized. Do I want to go after... How big are you? So if I take every province they have, it's going to be 127. If I were to declare war on Chagatai, I might be able to keep some of the territory for myself and give some of it to Oirat. Delhi will not join the war if I attack right now. So, you know what? I don't have any reason to be near Korea. I'm gonna send these guys back to Oirat. And I'm concerned about Ming. But I'm not so concerned about Ming that I'm gonna just sit on my laurels. I need to get my horde unity up. And the best way to do that is to go conquer somebody. So we're gonna get our troops back where they belong, on the appropriate frontier. So Ming is no longer gaining this stuff. And if I declare war on Chagatai, how many troops does Ming have again? Ming has 80,000. And they only have 5,000 manpower, so any troops that they gain, or any troops that they lose, rather, are going to be... There we go. So we've got Renaissance. We haven't embraced it yet, obviously, but that's okay. So... my diplomatic reputation certainly isn't helping. And it's... these guys should be going to Hoboscar. So these guys are going to be in Hoboscar. We're going to send them into Urumqi first. These guys are going to chill here for a while. Gonna actually just declare war now. So Delhi will not join. Nogai will. Who's Nogai? Oh, Nogai is over here. Is Nogai... I could actually force vassalize Nogai if I wanted. If I set Nogai as a co-belligerent, then I could force vassalize Nogai, which substantially improves my power. But no, I can't set them as a co-belligerent because that'll call Uzbek into the war. And I don't want Uzbek in the war. So... the other is Kazan, which is over here. They're allied with Crimea and Chagatai. So that would call Crimea to the war, but there's no way on earth Crimea is going to accept this. And even if they do, it doesn't matter. So Kazan is a possibility, because that would allow us to declare war on Uzbek next. Uzbek is pretty big right now. They're at 290. Wow, that's a big country. Timurids are massive, but they're not actually splitting up. These are all Timurid tribes. Okay. We're gonna do this. I'm not gonna bother to set anyone as a co-belligerent. I'm just gonna try to take as much territory as I can. Yarkand is the vassal of Chagatai. How much do they cost? 104%. So they aren't actually a viable... I can't just take them as vassal, unfortunately. And we're going to actually be using a lot of diplomatic power here, no matter what we do. Which is fine. So, war is declared, and we're sending in the troops. Oh, please tell me these guys are okay. They were already locked in. I'm like, oh god. What have I just done? Alright, we're gonna... We don't have military access through Ming, which means that neither do our enemies. And as long as that remains the case, we don't have to worry too much. So, we're going to siege down all these provinces, take all the loot, get our horde unity up, and I also want to check. I can take provinces. So, that's good to know. I'm not going to take a lot, probably. I'm probably just going to take these two. If I take those two provinces, then I can declare war on Uzbek. And if I can declare war on them, they don't actually have any allies. So that will allow me to do quite a lot. So, nobody has gained military access through Ming yet. I don't know if anyone will. I don't know that it matters. Should have. Just left these guys here. Actually, no. I want to keep these guys all together. Leave these guys here to keep looting. So we just lost our theologian. And we're going to take... adaptive combat terrain. Adaptive combat terrain will help us because Beijing is the correct type of terrain. So we'll arrive on the 28th, that should be enough. Put these guys over here. So these guys are not someone I can create as a tributary. So we're making plenty of money. And we're gonna win this pretty easily. Still don't have military access there, so I don't have to worry about anyone coming after us through there. And we can now send these guys up to here, I guess. Okay, so we're up to 21%. This is going extremely smoothly. Are you guys... No. What desire is not... I guess it's just that they don't have any of their troops in position because they're currently fighting against the Timurids. So, we can take Oirat's core back for them. Wait. Keep doing this one first. And we just won the siege. Cannot. I'm gonna give this to Oirat because this is their core, right? Okay, so it'll cost less if we do that. Oirat will be happy. They'll owe us a favor, which is strange. So, we're going to arrive in plenty of time. And they just took a bunch of territory from the Timurids. And this province is definitely adjacent to Uzbek, so we should be okay in that regard. Okay, so shouldn't be too much of a problem. Once we tick up one of these, we'll be good to go. And we might even be good to go now. And we are. Okay, so we are now good to go. We can peace out of this war, and we now have one province over here that we have occupied and can use as a base of operations to attack other people. So we'll be able to go after Uzbek from here. So we're going to get a core here. I'm going to raise it first. And we're gonna core it. And these guys still disloyal. Not super surprising. Actually, I could, if I wanted, and I think I'm going to do this. I'm going to cancel this coring. I'm going to release Kazakh as a nation. Kazakh doesn't currently exist, and they have a lot of this territory as cores by default, so let's do that. And we can set Uzbek as a rival. I'm now friendly with the Timurids. And I'm about to be going to war. Do I have enough? Okay, so what am I doing? Oh right, yes. So we need to form Kazakh. So we're reforming this nation. And they have a lot of cores. So I now have the Reconquest Casus Belli against Uzbek, which gives me virtually no like aggressive expansion or anything. Look at all these cores. And it also has a lower cost, right? 75% cost. So I can just blow Kazakh up. Just make them massive. All I have to do is get my troops up here to Karamegdan. And then we can declare war on Uzbek. So we're going to do this. And we're going to take the core of Nadine. Okay. Do I want an alliance with the Timurids first? I'm going to offer an alliance to the Timurids because they're currently dealing with some slight rebel difficulties, but they're all their own tribes. There's no separatists there. There's no risk of the Timurids getting tiny. So we're going to do that, and then we're going to actually call back our spy builder here. We don't need to deal with Korea quite yet. And we're going to, unfortunately, I don't want to encourage the Ming to attack me by dropping my thinger, so we're going to do this instead. Okay. Now, once this person gets back, unfortunately we can't declare war on our rival Uzbek because they are not currently a valid rival, but that's okay. So, Nadim. I'm just going to send everyone in here. And the Uzbek have an army, how big? 17k. So we can see their army. It's just chilling right over there. And we should be able to just split this army in half, send half of it over here. Where on earth is... Where's their capital? Their capital should be up here, right? Somewhere. Okay, either way, this is a reconquest, right? Yes, reconquest of Nadine. And done. So we're now going to get ticking war score, and we can go ahead and split this army in half. We're going to wait until the first to do so. Then we're just going to send these guys here. I'm actually going to split this in half again. I need to find their capital. So the Timurids are actually attacking them for some reason. I don't know why. I guess the Timurids have the numerical advantage here, but not really because they're not going to be all fighting at once. So we'll see how this goes. Looks like they're pretty much just going to get their army killed because they sent their army in prematurely. But maybe not. Maybe not. Okay, mission successful. So we're gonna wait. And are these guys loyal? No, they are not. But Kazakh is loyal, so that's good. Okay, well, let's see what we're gonna do here. There. And then we're gonna start moving everybody north. So I don't know where their army is going, but it now doesn't matter. Their army is no longer dangerous. And we're going to send our diplomat back to Korea. Lost 5% there, but that's okay. These guys have set me as a rival, and I've set them as a rival, so certainly can't complain about it. And these guys are going north somewhere. Oh, I found their capital. So we're gonna head over to their capital. Their capital is in steps, so as I guess we're all step wards. But it should be a reasonably fast victory. And in terms of, let's give all of the territory to Kazakh. Like, nothing that they have isn't a Kazakh core, practically. I guess just the stuff up here. So, this right here, we can just give to Kazakh. And we're just gonna go over here. And there we go. So, we've annihilated their army. With a little help from our friends. The Timurids. I guess we haven't quite annihilated their army. It's okay. So we have Korean separatists uprising soon. And is there anything I can do to deal with that situation? Because I'd rather not have to deal with this. I need to reduce a substantial number by like 2%. I'm gonna take this guy. No, that's a bad idea. I'm gonna get production efficiency. And I need about 2%, so if we can get local traditions, that would be really good. I guess we're just gonna have to see. If this gets up to 90%, I think I'm gonna just handle them with harsh treatment. It's actually pretty cheap. Okay, so this is another Kazakh core. And anything west of here is not. So the goal is to eat as much of this giant swath as we can. Is this a Kazakh core? Yes, it is. These are all... Okay, so we have multiple cores that we can take from Chagatai as well. So, the Ming are quite annoyed with us. I wonder if I could just improve my relations enough with Ming that they'll stop. I mean, their outrage status will go away eventually. So the question is whether we can gonna just leave a skeleton crew here. And I sent them away at exactly the wrong moment. Do not give a crap. Oh, nice. We got a wall breach. Okay, so I don't have... So Arcanum has died. Separatists here are at 90%. I'm gonna do harsh treatment. I'm not going to boost my stability, because while boosting stability isn't going to be any more expensive than it normally is, I don't think I want to boost my stability while I'm waiting to get our humanism stuff going. So they have 6,000 troops over there. We have all these troops doing nothing. Okay, good, they're going the correct direction. Alright, so once we take the capital... Nice, -1 to national unrest. So we're almost down to 0 unrest. And this is a nice spot to loot from. We're also losing unrest continuously because our horde unity is going up. So pop these guys over here. So are these guys actually unsupported or not? Not check. Because the reason that I'm asking is because I don't actually know whether allied troops count. If they do count, then they're not unsupported in the actual fights. So these guys are just gonna try and siege down. Oh shit. I'll lose those. There's no way I'm gonna run out of time. But that's okay because these guys will continue maintaining the siege. Just really sucks. Okay, so we're at 49%. And once we've taken this, I guess I should probably... I can stop building a spy network in Korea for now. The Korean spy network is moderately useful, but not terribly useful. So... And this is 99% war score, results in no diplomatic cost, and no overextension for anybody. So this is going to be a massive, massive war. So that's pretty crazy. Let's get these guys down here. These guys are going to be out of this war. Okay, unrest is gone. We don't have any unrest anywhere in our empire. And once this ticks up, this ticking up won't give us the ability to end the war, I don't think. But there we go. It should get us kind of close, especially now that they have rebellion. So now I'm going to go wipe out their army. Unfortunately, Malevolent is very bad, because that's going to make Oirat rebellious for longer. Even Kazakh is actually rebellious now. That sucks. But it should be okay, because we should be able to just get in there and take out... If we take out the Uzbek army here, we'll get the modifier for having defended their territory. And I think we'll arrive in time. So we can hopefully wipe out... Nice. So we got there. 93% discipline. So these guys have very low horde unity right now. And we can't quite take this yet. Which is, again, kind of surprising, because these guys are really, really getting crushed. And they don't really have a lot of territory left for me to siege through. I don't think they have any other forts. But they do have a very, very large nation, so it's just... It takes quite a bit to get yourself where you're going there. Oh, hello! For whatever reason... Ah. So these guys are heading to Huaraplek or whatever. Just pop in there. Okay, so the Timurids are currently not at war with anybody. So they have very little morale, so I think I should be able to take control of this stuff. Oh. So they're going to Signac. They're probably going to here as their final destination. And I'm wrong. No, I'm right. They are going here, and from here they're going to Altine, and then they're running somewhere else? Ah, they're going up there. Okay. So we're up to 87, and there we go. So now... we can now take 99% war score. All of this is going to Kazakh. We'll gain a decent amount of prestige. I have the mission to unite the tribes for some reason, which is a strange mission for me to have right now. I'm going to cancel that right now, and we are going to peace out here. So we now have a massive vassal over here, and they are still disloyal. And we are going to improve our relations with them to hopefully get them to be less disloyal. Unfortunately. Holy shit. It's gonna take a little bit of doing to get the liberty desire of my subjects under control. So if I were to declare war on Korea, would Ming join? Yes. Let's see. I could pay off the Oirat debt. Okay. I think it'll be fine. Of course, that while I'm in the middle of my sentence about Ming is when the thing cuts out. So if Ming decides to support the freedom of one of my subjects, that's going to be a problem for us. But aside from that, I don't think we're going to have too much in the way of trouble. So if we end up in a war with Ming, we can take a bunch of territory for Oirat and Kazakh. And we'll have to see how it goes. Ming does have a rank 6 military now, so that is concerning. In terms of our finances, we want... What do we want? Oh, this is game's pause. So... They have such high loyalty that it's worth it for me to do this. Okay, so... protect our brethren in Satu. Okay, we need to split this army in half. And we need to figure out what we're going to do about our Ming situation. So they're currently neutral in terms of mandate. So they will start getting a penalty as soon as this event procs. It should proc reasonably soon. And when it does proc, I think we're in a pretty good position to combat them. So Kazakh is a pretty big vassal that we have. It might be worthwhile for me to help the Timurids with their tribes, but I'm not really that interested unless something major happens. So the Ashikaga does Nogai have? Nogai actually has Kazakh territory. But I'm not going to start doing that until I can start taking territory off of Ming. So the thing that's going to happen first is basically I need to start taking the provinces that I already have cores on, as well as some of the stuff that I guess Oirat has cores on, maybe. So if I can take back a bunch of that, I'll be in good shape to go up against Ming, I guess. So we've reached our max relations with Oirat. And I can't get somebody who gives me improved diplomatic reputation, unfortunately. So we're kind of in a holding pattern right now. I don't really want to increase the power of Kazakh and Oirat right now. Let's do tech cost reduction. Tech cost reduction is good. This lasts for how long? 10 years. Let's do it. So we can do that, and we have 120 that we can get rid of here in terms of cost, which doesn't get us where we need to be. That would allow us to get standardized pikes, though. So we're about to get ecumenism, which will be good. And shortly thereafter, we'll be able to get indirect rule. Let's see how we're doing here. Both of our vassals are very high. So we should be okay. I think that if Ming attacks us now, we have enough territory, especially territory that isn't technically ours. It's technically belonging to our vassals. So with all the territory that we have that's technically vassal territory, we should have a reasonably easy time So we can now invest in ecumenism. The 10% manpower modifier. And I guess we'll send someone to build a spy network in Korea. And honestly, I don't think that our relations with Ming are relevant because they're hostile with us anyway. So let's see. So I can kick someone out to free up a slot for a new advisor. But the risk there is that I lose having anybody at all who's point. I guess it doesn't matter. We don't want to hire anyone right now. So right now we are legitimately just going to hang out for a while. We're going to get standardized pikes, which will help us. And pretty shortly now, don't think it'll be too many more years, maybe 5 more years, before the Ming disaster happens. So when that disaster happens, we won't immediately have any meaningful impact, but it will mean that we can start planning for the conquest of Ming. So and by the time we go after Ming, we will actually have indirect rule and hopefully humanist tolerance. I guess humanist tolerance doesn't matter because we're going after Confucians anyway. So we'll have indirect rule. That'll give us -5 unrest there. And so hopefully it'll all go well. And it's saying that my live stream is offline. That's not good. Take a look and make sure that we're actually still live. Yep, according to this, we're still live. Losing tax modifier is bad, but losing morale of armies is really bad. We're at the cusp of where we're going to be fighting against Ming. We absolutely cannot afford to reduce our morale right now. Let's take a look at Ming. Ming only has 58,000 troops right now. They have no manpower. They have 58,000 troops. Honestly, as soon as this thing ticks, they might be vulnerable to attack. They're just so weak right now. They've been spending all of their manpower doing whatever they're doing with it, presumably just hemorrhaging it, which is what they tend to do. Let's take a look at what their ideas are. They have administrative ideas, which is not great. Like, administrative ideas is a good idea group, but it's not good for them right now. It doesn't help them. Let's take a look at our situation. It's going to cost us 350 to do this. I'm going to get these guys over here just in case. Just gotta wait. So we can invest in new technology. Unfortunately, we are losing Horde Unity. Losing Horde Unity is always bad. Truce with no guy has ended. Okay, so I lost that penalty. Okay, so these guys shouldn't be going near me. They're going to wipe out the rebels. And waiting time is the best time. So let's see here. They zeroed out their manpower again. It's actually quite unfortunate that I can't declare war right now. I would think that the manpower problems that Ming has right now would be sufficient reason that they would have a vested interest in not joining wars. Like, they're at 0 manpower. But, okay. Unfortunately, I'm not sure that I'm actually getting any closer to being able to do this business. So, Herat, Kazakh. Well, slowly but surely, we're going to be able to actually get through this. So if I finish... If I get Renaissance, I will actually jump ahead of everyone except France. So that'll be useful. And yeah, I am in fact getting enough money that it will happen eventually. Hanxiang is huge now. Okay. These guys are about to cap out. And I'm just gonna pull these guys back now, because it's not going to help me to get them loyal. And I want to be able to look at Korea. So let's take a look at who my viable rivals are. It looks like only Ashikaga. And let's see here. Now this is really interesting. There's no penalty at all for manpower. Or even for the state of their military. Because their military is not in a great state right now. They're sitting at, I mean, obviously it's a lot bigger than mine, but they're sitting at 2/3 of their force limit and half of their troops are mercs. So it's not great for them. Unfortunately, Civil War just popped. Or did Civil War just end? Why did they call me? So we unfortunately lost our morale guy, but we apparently don't need it. I don't have to be too concerned. I can improve my diplomatic reputation if I want. And +1 to diplomatic reputation would allow me to get Kazakh loyal. Okay, so next on the chopping block is indirect rule. It's going to be soon. Unfortunately, we do not have... We don't have any way of triggering a golden age. Okay, so we can embrace this institution. Technology costs drop. And this costs what now? 483. Gonna do this. Okay, there we go. Okay, so if we waited enough years, eventually some good stuff would happen. And I can go ahead that event really sucks. So we just lost our heir. Just got +40 to all of our stuff, which is good. And they have a rank 6 military. Should be able to get a rank 6 military reasonably soon. We're getting 5 per month, so it'll take us just a few more years to get up to a rank 6 military. So once we get up to rank 6, that will help us. It'll help us a lot because it'll reduce the liberty desire in our subjects as well. So do I want Buryatia? Buryatia actually makes a good state if I recall correctly. I don't know why I didn't do this. So Nurhachi is okay. And we have this god tier. It's funny because all of our heirs are just like, it's fine. And then we have these, wives we end up with who are just so amazing. It's like, shouldn't she be in charge? I feel like she should be in charge, not these idiots I've got here. So, I'm gonna close the app because it's not properly registering that I'm live again. It doesn't matter because I don't really need to watch the video, but I don't know if the app cuts me off from seeing the chat change. So we've got our horde unity plummeting. And do I want to increase my Diplo rep right now? So one of the key things that's a point of interest here is that if I can get either of these below 50, then I can actually start annexing them. So Oirat is the obvious choice, is to just annex Oirat. They have a couple provinces that they have cores on that Ming took. They have several provinces that Ming took from them. And they have several provinces that were in Mongolia as well that they have cores on because for whatever reason they have cores on some of their vassals' territory. So guess we're just gonna keep waiting. Since we're waiting, I'm just gonna pump this up. Now, our horde unity is not high. When is this event gonna proc? Because I feel like I've had 300 development for quite a long time at this point. Oh my god. Even with both me and Oirat not under them, they are not losing mandate. That is pretty insane. Because me and Oirat are pretty big. Like, this is all of the northeast, all of the north, basically. So we just lost. Fuck. So we went into debt. It's okay though. Alright, well. We're just kind of waiting. Ming now has a rank 7 military. Excuse me. It's kind of hard to keep up with the Ming military, but we should be able to from now on. How many more months do we need? 1. Boom. So we've got the Arquebus now. And let's see. Artillery fire. Okay, so this is when they get access to artillery. We'll see whether they actually create any or not. Let's see. They have 0 artillery currently. They have no manpower, really. Increase to the max promoted cultures. And we're going to want to not get our next rank of Diplotech yet, because we should have enough time to get Benevolence, and Benevolence will give us Manchu alphabet. So let's take a look here. These guys are both at 51% now. Do not want to get basic financial instruments yet. Okay, so we should be going live again. Say it. Yep, we're live again. Sorry about that. I don't know what's going on with that. It just, I lose my connection for a fraction of a second for whatever reason. And then it takes 10 seconds for it to actually I think I'm gonna get improved war taxes. Improved war taxes will allow us to more effectively field our army. I'm gonna go ahead and... Okay. 50 admin power. Cha-ching. Okay, royal marriage with the Timurids. Okay, so improved relations plus 30%. Not amazing. Okay, nobility can't be bought. We get a +1 stability. Yahoo. And we can get divination. So, here we are. Just chilling here waiting. So the Ming are losing mandate now. It took a while, but it's happened. And we can rely on the tribes, get some... What is my military tradition? My army tradition is terrible. It's terrible bad. But we should be able to do this run. I'm just going to be taking territory off of Ming. I'm not going to be taking the mandate, and I'm not going to be forming Qing. Forming Qing or taking the mandate, they're both massive mistakes, and they will cost you the run. If you do either of those things, you really can't fight Ming, because Ming is just too big. So you need them to be able to maintain poor mandate, and that way you can murderate them. So we can get morale of armies if the Ming decide to attack us, which they probably will not. I'm kind of surprised at how stable this has been so far. So, once I get the limber, the Confucian nobility modifier went away, which is unfortunate. Interestingly enough, I should have just done this because Confucian nobility is the exact same as the Manchu alphabet. But oh well. Let's see. We're going to... let's just chill for now. So let's take a look. Are they building any... they haven't built any artillery yet. And Persia just formed off of the Timurids, so the Timurids are a really crappy ally for me right now. Oops. I was not paying enough attention to my ally, and they apparently ended up popping out a big fat enemy. And there we go. So we now have got benevolence, as well as the Manchu alphabet. You can now get this. So the Oirat are now at 50% Liberty Desire. This is Oirat, right? So if I bring Oirat below... oh! Okay, so I'm just going to improve my relations with them. And if I cap out my relations with them, that will bring them below 50% Liberty Desire. Now, unfortunately, we're going to start having some slight difficulties from... I think we're going to do this. We lose administrative power, which always sucks. But losing army tradition right now is not a good idea. We need army tradition. Speaking of which, considering that our army tradition is going to do nothing but go down, we should hire a general now. Oh, wow! So, that's terrible. Okay, well... that is an unfortunate general that we have there. Ooh. Gonna go ahead and just... this is great. This is the great thing about having incredibly talented spouses, is that they just end up meeting all sorts of interesting people that you can... whoa, Jesus! There's a lot of separatists. These guys are going to have to merge together. Sissegar is steps. We're going to want this to be a state eventually. We're going to want this to be a state eventually. So we might as well just do it now. So that was silly. so the Ming army is hopefully going to have some trouble. And they lose a pretty decent number of troops there. So we're at... Let's see. Ming has 76,000 troops. They have 19,000 manpower now all of a sudden. Holy shit. So that's troublesome, unfortunately. It means they're probably going to start picking up artillery soon, too. National unrest, -6. Okay. If we discard tea, all of society will soon follow. Okay, we have no diplomats to send, but we can now start annexing Oirat. We should be able to keep their liberty desire below 50%. Worst case scenario, all we have to do is click this button and we'll be golden. So we are all set. Korea just announced me as a rival, which is interesting because that means that I can set Korea as a rival. The Ming are continuing to get weaker. I think that once I get the limber, that's the point where it's probably a good idea to go in. It's going to be hard for me to maintain this forever. And when will we be done with this? We have 9 years before we're done with this, so that's going to take forever. Placating Ming, I don't think is possible. Ooh, idea cost reduction. There we go. So we've just capped out the humanist ideas, and now we're going to be working toward rank 7 admin tech to get our next idea group. I'm not sure what our next idea group is going to be. It looks like Ming is having some slight issues with... Whoa, they're down to 30? I don't know what they just lost a bunch of this to, but they lost it to something. And they seem to lose it all at once. And what? Just happened? Better diplomatic technology? Ugh. Is it worth losing the prestige for that? Because right now this is going to be... Yeah, this is stopped until they reach... Oh, I can't get better Diplotech unless I... unless I allow myself to actually get it. So let's see here. I'm gonna go ahead and take this guy on. because this will improve my power relative to my vassals. Let's take a look. So we're at 53% right now. I think I'm just going to placate. I think that's the best plan. So by placating them, we ensure that we have the ability to just keep this annex going on. So let's see. Ming is pissed at us because of covert actions. Oh, nice. So we either get 100 admin power or... It's so great. I should have read that. Anyway. We've got... We're gonna have our diplomatic power up eventually, but it's gonna take a while. And we have to get a direct replacement for that guy. Didn't even occur to me that if my Diplo rep went down because that guy died, that would put me in a dangerous position where I might have lost all that prestige for no reason. Alright, so if we annex Oirat, then Kazakh will definitely be no longer disloyal. That's a guarantee. So we won't have to worry about the vassal loyalty anymore once that happens. We can go ahead and get shipyards. This allows us to steal maps. So, speaking of stealing maps, let's steal some maps. Let's steal a map of Eastern Siberia. Do they have that? No. They have a map of Japan. Okay, I don't know what that does. Alright, so that allowed us to explore all this. I don't know why we need units in it. Whoa! God damn it. Okay, so this is not until her death. We're going to go ahead and accept this. So, the person who took charge is really good. She has great stats. And she even has just, so we lose that unrest penalty. The next person in line for the throne is actually pretty good. So... Pretender rebels have been put down. So, Kazaki Liberty Desire is reasonably high. We can get Yellow Shamanism, which is +2 tolerance of heathens. And we don't need Vision Quest. But we do want to improve our prestige, so let's do this. So, the Ming are down to 25 mandate. And we have the limber. So we'll have Renaissance Thought soon. We currently have Oirat Loyal. Ming has 60,000 troops. They have 60,000 troops and absolutely no... shit. It's going to take longer to finish annexing Oirat, but that's fine. Alright, so... what else do we need to do? So Korea is no longer a valid rival. I think it's just about time that we're going to declare war directly on Ming, actually. Ming has no allies. They have an absolutely immense penalty right now. And I need to get my horde unity up. And the best way to do that is to be trying to take territory from somebody. So if I declare war for Mandate... I have to... we're gonna pull these guys back, we don't need them. Chilling there. So if I declare war on Ming, I'm not gonna declare war of Reconquest because you can't get. So it would definitely be take the Mandate. We cannot get the Timurids to join. We do not have a decent general, and that is a problem. Oirat's Liberty Desire is really, really low. And both of these guys are now... interesting. So both of my vassals are not... okay, I'm going to set these guys focus. I'm going to set both of them as supportive. We do not need to enforce religion on anybody. I don't think that's a good idea. And what are we going to do now? We've got Morale of Armies bonus. And... is it time to go? No, it's not. Not quite yet. Because we need to do one other thing first. This gives us 30,000. I think that's sufficient for now. And I'm going to see how big a problem it is in terms of finances to have all this. So we're currently losing 3. That's honestly not a financial hardship because we're going to be getting some money out of Ming. So they have 75,000 troops. We do not want to be directly engaging their entire army. We have a completely trash general right now. Do my vassals have a decent general? 2 shock. Okay, so they have a fully maintained fort in Shenyang. They don't have any forts up here, I don't think. And all this is steppes territory. I think we can go for it now. No. So we're going with Take Mandate of Heaven because it reduces the cost by 50% for everything, basically. So we're going to send these guys to Shenyang. And we're just going to send these guys to Andong. We're actually not going to send them all the way to Andong. We're going to send them right here. Okay, so these guys have a shit ton of forts. And my oh-so-loyal vassals are not heading over here to support me, which sucks. Fuck. Okay. Shenyang is going to take 1,000,000 years. Let's get... Okay, the other thing that I should do... I do have enough now to hire another general. We're going to roll the dice again and get a much better general. So let's get the general over there. And unfortunately, Shenyang is coastal. I'm going to send these guys over to Boduna, I guess. I don't see the Ming army. What am I doing? Let's go to Andong. And these guys are chilling for now. They arrive on the 5th. So they're presumably going to stop us from sieging this down. I'm sure that they're going to send a general in it, or an army in at some point. So we've managed to make this come under our occupation. These guys are going to Yihi. I'm gonna just send these guys straight in here. I don't know where this army is going to, but I have a suspicion that it's Giran. Because they could also be... Looks like they're not going to Giran. It looks like they're going to go to Yihi and sit there. Which is an interesting choice. It's such an interesting choice that I'm going to punish it. I don't see anybody nearby. I don't care about taking provinces so much as I care about culling their army. So, there we go. Okay, so they have 0 manpower. They're sitting on 40 mercs right now. And we can send this guy to Shenyang. And they currently have 70,000 troops total. So, unfortunately, Oirat is getting wrecked. That's okay. It's not a huge deal. So we're just going to send this guy over here. They don't have a huge number troops in this area right now. The problem is that we're actually quite far away. Shenyang is in a really interesting defensive position because if I go over there, it takes a long time to get there from any of the adjacent territories. So I'm not going to siege this down more. I'm just going to go to Boduna. We are losing a lot of money. Holy shit. Why are we losing so much money? Okay, I guess it's just very expensive to pay for reinforcements. So we took out a loan. And these guys are charging in. They do not have a very good general. I'm gonna wait for this to tick. I don't need to wait for it to tick. I can just... Yes, I'm gonna wait for this to tick. I'm gonna pop over here. They are locked in, so we're charging. What? When did the tribes start causing problems? Okay, well. These guys are still charging in because they're crazy people. They do not have the numeric advantage because it's 1,000 troops going up against an army. And let's take a look here. We've got... Ming now has fewer troops than the Ottomans, and they still don't have a single artillery, which is good. And I need to deal with my tribes at home. And it's very painful, but I'm gonna have to accept the demands of the tribes. I don't have a choice in the matter. There are just too many troops there. So the hope here is that these guys will actually go... Where are they going? Are they going to Undon? So they're losing more and more troops. Unfortunately, they are... Okay, that's fine. I'm concerned about the total number of troops they have here, because they have quite a few. This is mountains. We don't want to be there. This is steppes. They have a 3... This is grassland. We're heading into Yigi. So what's going to happen here is these guys are going to go to Shenyang. They are locked in. These guys are also going to Shenyang, so I'm going to ignore them, actually. We're going to head straight to Girin. Just chill for a moment in my capital. And they are going to accrue attrition, and we're just chilling. And these guys have decided to start going toward me for some bizarre reason. These guys are going to Jianzhou. We can actually arrive first. And we have them going to Shenyang, and they'll arrive on the 5th of March. We'll arrive on the 4th. These guys are going to Boduna. I don't feel like it's a good idea. Wait, weren't those guys locked in? I thought those guys who were going to Boduna were locked in. Okay, that's strange. So we're currently losing because we don't have control of the war goal, just to take their capital. That said, it's actually very simple for me to siege their capital, so maybe I should start doing that. Where is Buteha? Oh, okay, so they're both shown as going south, but Buteha's up north. And are those guys locked in? The guys who are going to Shenyang are locked in. We'll arrive on the 20th. I'm gonna wait a day. These guys will now arrive on the 20th. So I think we'll be able to get in here. And I'm gonna... go sit on Beijing. This is... I'm actually going to change these guys because they're clearly not doing what I intended for them to do. I'm going to tell them to siege, and I'm going to tell these guys to siege as well. And are they above 50? Okay, so we're at 64. So... oh. So unfortunately the Kazaki Liberty Desire is too high now. We should be able to increase our tribal unity by a considerable margin. But one issue that we have... let's see. If I were to attack this army... okay, so... we've got these guys set to do that. These guys have 0 shock. I'm actually going to leave one guy here, and if he gets killed, then that sucks, but it's not a huge deal. And we are actually going to just go charge these guys. Because we should be able to take these guys out before these guys have a chance to arrive, and it completely resets the fight. Boom. So that's 17,000 troops gone. And they can replace them with mercs, to be sure, but I actually now have the numeric advantage. I cannot... actually, let's take a look. So they are coming toward me. They're charging with 29,000 troops. They have... is gonna be close, but oh, not with that one. That one dealt me in. And I need to start boosting my horde unity. So these guys are going to retreat back, but Ming is now down to 36,000 troops total. Okay, so can I get pike and shot sometime soon? Oh, speaking of pike and shot, they don't have it. That was a concern of mine, is that they might have pike and shot already, but they do not. Alright, so we're gonna need to spend some time in our own territory to recover our troops. So these guys are going to Sisigar. We're gonna just stop here, and once they lock in, we're charging in. Let's see here. What am I doing? So we're strengthening our government. We're not going to be going for the next thing. The next thing is really good, but we're not going to be able to actually get it before we have some serious troops. So took down a pretty good number of troops there, and our vassal is sieging a bunch of Ming territory. We're down to how many troops? Okay, we're now up again to 60,000 troops for me. So it's not cheap to fight a war against Ming. Do I have... Oh yeah, I have this fort that I'm maintaining. Gotcha. Okay, so I'm going to get back into Boduna. I only have 20,000 troops, but I want to start looting and getting my horde unity higher. Fortunately. Okay, so the Ming have sent 26,000 troops there. And we can now split this army in half and start carpet sieging. Not exactly carpet sieging, but we'll be able to start... Oh, god damn it. Disputed succession has caused a pretender rebel. Okay, so we have 6,000 pretender rebels over there. So, ooh, lawgiver, monthly autonomy change reduction. That is extraordinarily good. Especially considering that I just increased my autonomy all over the place. Okay, so... Wait, no. I'm waiting for this to tick. Okay, we're up to 55 horde unity. And we should be able to get my horde unity to where it needs to be soon. Just going to send this army forward. Not terribly far away, so... Okay, we're going to again increase morale of armies. Okay, so this has been cleared out. I'm gonna send these guys to here. And we should be able to fully do this. Okay. So we can now get Renaissance Thought. That'll give us an increase to production efficiency. How many loans do we have? 3. So the next slot should be what? It's tempting to do a military idea, but influence is pretty useful. I don't need to decide right now. So we're gonna send... So, 63,000 troops, 46,000 mercs. Yeah, one very good thing about this is that we will always be fighting. If we're fighting anywhere near the capital, we're fighting in terrain that's optimal for us. So that's good. That said, they really do have a lot of troops. So we've got these Manchurian pretender rebels that have spawned. We can, in fact, go to Beijing and then go to Yongping, so we're fine. We're just going to pop these guys into Beijing. And hopefully... And one key thing here is that if we do win this fight... If we win this war against the Ming, it's pretty much going to be over, I think. Because I'm going to take a bunch of territory off of them, which then just gives them revanchism, which will make them even more godly. But they're going to be sitting at really massive penalties. Shit. So... I don't know where their army is. Okay, so there's part of it. I can improve my relations with these guys. Is it going to June? Oh, good. Okay, so we got a wall breach. And the wall breach is going to be very useful for us. Hey, Frederick, or Friedrich. I don't actually know how to pronounce your name, sorry. I don't know the different variations on names, unfortunately. So, we've got 30,000 troops total. And I think we should be okay. As long as the Ming don't show up while I'm not paying attention. Let's pause. Okay, we've got 15,000 troops over there. With those guys all the way over there, I'm not actually that concerned about the Ming army showing up out of nowhere. I'm going to send these guys to Chengde because Chengde will allow me to... Also, I might as well give them a leader, even if he is kind of crappy. And these guys have just appeared. They're heading to Jilin-Gol. And we're going to send our troops in to defend our other troops. And they are going to actually just run away. Once these guys lock in, I'm just going to keep doing this, it's fine. We're just going to walk all the way into here. And then have them go to here. Now, it's good to know that the trip from Baoding is shorter than the trip this direction. And unfortunately, it's even longer if you do it that way. Problems. Okay, so I shouldn't have sent those guys out while the enemy army was right there somewhere. But I think we're going to win this, yes. And since we won that, these guys can't just charge in. What we can do is take cavalry armies, because holy shit, we really need it. We can also start a golden era if we want. This gives us a shit ton of bonuses. And I think we're going to go ahead and do this. Okay, so we get 10% increased morale for our armies, as well as a bunch of other convenient bonuses. Unfortunately, we lost half our army here, and the hope is that we'll be able to get this down before they force us out of Beijing, because I think that with this many troops down, especially with those guys sitting right there, they're not moving. We're going to be... I guess they only have 40,000 total troops right now. But 40,000 is... Oh! That means there's only 10k south of me, so we're fine. We should be okay as long as these guys don't do exactly what they're doing right now, which is start heading this way. Okay, so the goal here is to just chill. And we can... Oh god, they now have a rank 8 military. So they're going to be losing lots of troops when they attack me. But they do have really, really good modifiers as well. This is a serious issue. Okay. Come on. Food shortage, it isn't good enough. Okay, so... we need to strengthen our government. This is going to give us some discipline, which will hopefully be enough. And no, Our cavalry are shit because of this effect. Okay. Unfortunately, we don't have enough troops. We can't siege this anymore. The siege is over unless one of my vassals comes over here to help. I can't keep sieging this down. So the Ming now have 30,000 troops. We cannot siege their damn capital because they just have too many troops. And can I'm gonna build. Oh, I can build them right over here. Let's do it. I'm gonna buy an infantry unit. This is a problem. I mean, I can't just keep fighting here indefinitely. Honestly, I think I need to revoke my Confucian stuff. I cannot change this while I'm at war. So, if we get these guys in here, it's not going to be enough. Because they're just going to keep sending more troops. So we have to retreat. Son of a bitch. They just have so many troops. Korea declared war on us? Seriously? Are we so weak that even Korea thinks that they can take us? Oh god. On the plus side, no damage has been done to the cannons. I'm gonna take a look at Ming's financial situation. So, Ming has 62 income, they have 5% inflation. I have war exhaustion. Unfortunately, because my war goal is to take the capital, I didn't think that I'd have any trouble because of the fact that it's generally not that bad, but I think I'm gonna have to... Who are these pretender rebels anyway? I'm gonna go deal with the pretender rebels first, I guess. I'll see how I'm gonna afford this. Okay, I'm gonna start reducing my war exhaustion. Oirat's Liberty Desire is above 50 now, she's son of a bitch. Alright, well, that's a problem. I using the 1-1 general? Okay, these guys are taking out the Pretender Rebels for me. So, how many troops does Ming have total? Also, I should check. They have less money in the treasury now than they had just now, so that's good at least. Unfortunately, they have 65,000 troops and they're all mercs. So I guess the advantage of them all being mercs let's take a look. The Pretender Rebels. Strong claim 223. It's a really, really bad. It's a bad deal. Alright, we're gonna just chill in Giran. God damn, man. We are hemorrhaging money. I was not expecting this fight to be this hard. They're down. The crazy thing is that they're at 0 manpower. They are in debt. But they would actually still have positive the next thing that I get cannot be this, so we're just gonna do this. Let's see. It's tempting to get influence. So who just spawned? That's what I wrote. That's the thing. Okay, so luckily, these guys here are actually alone. Wait, if we do not get this, because we can't siege this back, it's going to be very, very sad. Because I really do not want them enforcing their demands and putting an idiot in charge. I've had enough idiots. I don't know where they even came from. Like, the Pretender Rebels spawned after... Oh, good. Okay, so... The Pretender Rebels cannot enforce their demands without controlling the capital. They cannot control the capital because they don't have Bobber. Let's see. I'm just gonna hang out in Beijing again. I've now got my army at close to full strength. And we have a somewhat excessive amount of infantry in this armor, or in this army, but these guys are trying to chase down my. So the Ming are in Shenyang with their infantry. They have no proper units there. Do they have enough money? They have an unlimited amount of money. There's no way that they can't win just by doing the same thing that I'm doing. Unfortunately, I can't just stay in Beijing because I need to put... I don't need to take these guys out of Shenyang necessarily. I really wish that I could win by superiority. So in the future, I'm definitely going to take the first war as being superiority war, because the overall trend of the battles has definitely been going my way, but it's damn near impossible to accrue enough war score with this win condition. And Treasury starts crying again. Okay, so the goal here is for us to sit in Beijing. God, Ming is so damn hard in this patch. They are so hard to deal with. So hard. Okay. So the Kazaki Liberty Desire is a little too high. But I guess I don't need to worry about them anyway. Wait, Kiva is... Who's Kiva? Or vassal itinerants, okay. Unfortunately, we're back where we started in Beijing, and this time we don't have anything good going for us here. I don't know why these guys are attacking with 10,000 troops. Okay, so they just annihilated their entire army. Mamluks, that's not Ming, so I don't care. And they just lost a bunch more troops, suiciding into the capital. They're not in a rush. I don't know why they're acting like they can't. So, if we take the capital, it's gonna... That in and of itself is gonna give us over 25% war score. So... Unfortunately, I foresee the rest of the Ming army showing up before I can take it. So the Ming have 52,000 troops somewhere, and I don't see how I'm going to keep... I don't see how I'm going to keep them from just pushing me off of this. Okay, we did break this, and hopefully these guys charge in with just themselves and not enough troops to actually fight me. Does not look like that's what's going to happen here. It looks like they're consolidating. My life is pain. Wow, we have an idiot. We have another great spouse And we have not such a great air. So we're back into positive again. And if we can keep this going... The problem is that these guys are going to definitely attack me at some point. There they are. But if these guys don't have more troops coming in, then it doesn't matter. Oh, wow. Well, that was one-sided. So because they didn't wait for the rest of their troops to arrive, I was able to hold them off, and I didn't really lose that many troops in the process. So... hopefully... I don't have a huge amount of territory that they're causing problems for me in, so... Damn it. I just need to get lucky on one of these ticks, right? And... because we've already capped out what we can get. We have to do it with 28%. There's no help coming. It's just going to be 28% from here on out, because no matter what happens, it's 28. So, unfortunately, they are definitely consolidating their army here. They're going to prevent me from doing this because I just can't tick this up. It just isn't happening for me. And it's easy to say, oh, well, it's only 28%, but it's 28% over and over and over and over again. And we've definitely reached the point where it's distinctly unlucky that we haven't had it happen yet. And we just lost. They have 110% discipline. Shit. So we just lost... oh, fuck. We just lost the entire war. Why'd they only retreat here? What? Okay, so my troops literally just trapped themselves when they could have escaped. I don't know why they didn't just leave, but my troops just trapped themselves here for no apparent reason. Because they could have just retreated out through Chengde. And we just lost our entire army. God damn Ming. I legitimately do not know how it's possible to beat Ming this patch with any level of consistency. Look at the number of loans that I've taken out. And I guess I just need to do Tribal Conquest. I can't do the capital one. Because the capital one can completely screw you over on RNG. You can't get screwed over on RNG for superiority, because if you choose to take fights, it's you taking that risk. With the capital siege, because of the fact that you can just fail to tick 8 or 10 times, I don't know how many times it was this war, but it was several. So we're gonna have to restart. I hate that it has to be done, but it has to be done. There's no way out of this. They're just going to obliterate us from here. God damn. Yeah, this was another weird one with Ming going really aggressive right at the start and maintaining that level of aggression where they're conquering territory from their neighbors. They took a bunch of territory off the Mongols, they took a bunch of territory off of Oirat, and they took a bunch of territory off of Korchin. Now, Korchin is normal. They usually take territory off of Korchin, but they usually do not take territory off of Oirat and Mongolia. They usually get these weird pseudo-stalemate wars. So, and if they do start annexing people like that, I don't know what the solution is. So, at any rate, we're starting her up again. Starting things up. And let's see. Retake Unite the Tribes. I'm gonna set Buryatia, Manchu, and Korchin. Oh, and Haitsi as rivals. Gonna get rid of this. And let's see. We need 2 of these guys. Say 2. We should actually just get. We're gonna get all of them. Now, the reason that we're getting all of them is that it will allow us to easily phase out the other ones. So, doing this, and I have to decide. Okay, we need to start spying on these guys. And we can start building a spy network here, I guess. So these guys are gonna ally with Jiangzhou. And that's okay. It's not optimal. We use an actual general, and he's kind of terrible, but that's okay. And what else are we gonna do? Oirat. So, these guys have insulted us. So our goal here is to... annex and then release as a vassal Buryatia. It should be reasonably simplistic, so I'm not terribly concerned about it. This seems to be generally a workable strategy. This alliance can prove troublesome because if everybody declares war and dogpiles me, then, well, my life becomes a little painful. That is interesting. I actually have my new separatists right now. Okay, so these guys are going to Karenga. I'm going to... gonna just sit here in Chara. And then I'm gonna go to Bargizan. Once everybody accumulates. And Jianzhou declared war, and Korchin, of course, is joining them. So now we're in a race against time. So our goal here is to fully carpet siege Buryatia and vassalize them before I lose my capital, basically. And we're going to be losing money as well. That doesn't really change anything, the fact that somebody else declared war on me. We're already fighting way more than we can actually face legitimately, so... we have to use non-legitimate matters. Thanks, Fenrir. Yeah, I mean... it's partially RNG. We got really screwed on that siege multiple times. But at the same time, it's kind of like... I was playing Persona 5 recently, and these are strategy games, right? And you can control for the RNG by just not doing something that RNG really has a big impact in. And RNG couldn't make me lose fights. Like, individual fights I wasn't going to lose, unless I was stuck sitting in Beijing all day. So I really should have gone with the Tribal Conquest Casus Belli, which, what the hell are these people doing? Everybody is coming over here. Why? This is not what they behaved like last time. They are chasing my damn army. Okay, they've changed their minds. Some of them have? Maybe? Nope, that's someone else entirely. So, shit, these guys are going to come here. I get some... I'm so screwed. Like, why would you do this? No! Oh god, they all just dogpiled me. The dog piles are too strong. Okay, well, we have to restart. That was really funny, actually. I'll be right back. I'm gonna get a drink. But yeah, so now I know that in the past I've never actually had any problems taking Beijing because of the fact that it's the same terrain as my capital, and the AI is kind of dumb. But considering how deep into enemy territory it was there, because they usually aren't that big, it was a mistake to do that. To be sure, they also had the rank 8 military versus my rank 7. Which was troubling, and I obviously had Horde Unity problems by virtue of my unfortunate... I just got cut off by the Ming expansion and didn't have anywhere to grow without doing weird vassal stuff. So, at any rate, it's not a surprise that that happened to me in that situation. And if I had done tribal superiority, I would have been able to just take some territory and piece them out. And I don't know why I did the mandate. That just was dumb of me. So I do apologize for that, because I feel like I'm kind of wasting people's time when they, come in here and I do something really dumb and end up losing hours. Hours of progress. Actually, when I was playing Persona, one of the first dungeons I was in, I did a bunch of grinding while my wife was asleep, and then right as she woke up, I was doing basically one more fight. and then I was just gonna continue on with the plot because we play that game together. It's a nice activity. We both enjoy the Persona series, and but she hates the combat. She's just completely uninterested in video game combat. So she basically does other things when I'm doing that. So anyway, she wakes up. The timing is perfect. I'm right at the end of my stuff. I'm about to run out of mana, and I take one more fight, and then I miss for the first time in something like 15 or so attempts. And because I had such a, I hadn't had any problems up until that point. It was probably more than that. It was probably 20 attempts. And so I had it saved in like 10 fights. And I ended up wasting a bunch of Kaz's time because of the fact that I'm a total idiot. So these guys are allied with Zhou again. So there's no way that they're not going to attack me. Unless they decide to attack Haichi instead, but what are the odds of that? So we're going to go ahead and do this. Get these guys over here. Anyway, so that felt similar, where it's just like, oh, well, I just wasted a bunch of everyone's time. Being a dope will do that. Okay, so I also forgot to do that. I'm actually going to do this because I feel like it's going to have a bigger impact while I'm reinforcing these guys. Okay, so this time I'm actually going to attack here because I have a suspicion that winning a fight cleanly is better for me in terms of the probability of someone else deciding to attack. You know what? Never mind. We're just going to do this. I really don't want to invest any resources into this that I don't have to. We're going to send these guys over there. And we don't need to wipe out their army. Their army is not an issue. The issue is getting full carpet siege. If we take out their army, then actually, I guess if we take it, because of the fact that I'm not planning on doing a normal vassalization, I am in fact planning on annexing and then following that up. Killing their army isn't a problem exactly. It doesn't cost me anything. Okay, so there's the declaration coming out. And since I forgot that I was doing an annexation and release strat, next time I will change this up. Do it a little differently. So Korchin just declared war on Buryatia. And that's interesting. Because that's different than we've had in the past. But yeah, unfortunately I do need to relearn how to do the opening gambit, because the gambit is different with Yeren than it is with Jianzhou. Jianzhou has a much easier opening gambit because of the fact that they are the strongest of the tribes and they have the ability to wipe out the army of the Haixi immediately, and Buryatia is a non-issue for them. So, and they have the ability to ally Korchin 9 times out of 10. So, we have successfully... Ooh. We've successfully taken all of these provinces, pretty much. Jianzhou declared war on us, but Korchin is in the middle of a war and is not coming in, I think. Perfect. So that makes my life easier. I can go after Korchin later. I don't have to get a peace treaty with them. And I can just have these guys chill here. I think I can probably... I don't know why they're going after my army. It's very strange to me. Like, these guys are attacking me over here in Buryatia. They had to get, like, special permission from Buryatia to bring their troops here. And Buryatia isn't bothering. They're, like, sitting around my territory. Okay. So, unfortunately, we can't do what I had intended to do, which is annex and then vassalize. Because if I annex and then vassalize, I can't actually form the nation immediately. I'd have to wait, and I need access to their army immediately. So, we can't afford to do that. Instead, we're just gonna wait. I'm gonna lose a bunch of money. And they are now sieging our capital. The Aaron opening is much more exciting than the Jianzhou opening. And there we go. So, Buryatia still has high enthusiasm. But we have completely carpet sieged them. So, I don't know why they are going to such weird locations. We're going to... Whoa. I don't want to fight you, though. I'm gonna wait for them. Okay, we'll arrive on the 27th. We'll arrive on the 22nd, so... They have negative 42% right now. And I don't know where... Okay, so their army is here. Unfortunately, I just realized that Korchin attacked them. And since Korchin attacked them, that means... I think I'm going to be dragged into this war. So I will, in fact, be fighting Korchin. Okay, so what we're going to do... Let's see, they're at negative 42. I'm going to try... to start sieging down the Haiti territory. Okay, so, whoa, they just got a breach. We need to go defend. They got a breach. So, this is interesting because Buryatia is potentially going to successfully siege down Boduna. Probably not, but they could conceivably do it. And these guys are now moving away, which means that they've lifted the siege and I can just walk back over here. We're fine. Unfortunately, I have high war exhaustion. I'm gonna go ahead and resolve that. And we're just gonna siege this down. Unfortunately, I'm at negative 47% with those guys. Okay, these guys are definitely going to accept this after they lose this fight. And that might mean... So... How are they not willing to accept this? Like, what the hell? They've lost their entire army. They only have 3,000 troops left. They're on the retreat. I don't actually know where they're going. Oh! They have some of my... I didn't realize this, so this is the reason. They've actually taken a couple of my provinces. I thought that this was Haiti that had taken this, but this is Buryatia. So that's just me being a dope. I would have been able to vassalize them before they lost that fight and thus gained access to a much larger army if I had not been an idiot. So let's go take back our territory. Rough fighting the whole world. Okay, so Buryatia is still in this war. I do believe that because they were the attacked party, that I should be dragged into this war with them. I'm not positive on that, but I think so. So we're 91% now. Oh, God. So they can't make any demands for territory from us, which means that they're not going to make any demands at all yet. 99%. Come on, guys. Okay. Is that it? Nope. Not quite. But soon. Once this ticks, we'll be at 100%. I was wondering about that. I was pretty sure that if you 100% siege someone, you were automatically at 100% war score. So, utterly defeated. We can do this. Yaren vassal. And we can do this to get a little bit of extra prestige. Doesn't actually do anything, really. And we are now at war with Qing. And all that jazz. So we can now blow this army up. These guys are sitting in mountains, which is a dangerous place to be, especially if you're step boards. Okay, so Jianzhou is in shrubs. As much shrub as I am, debatable. So, we've got our vassal. And these guys are sending an army into Miyugasan. Because of course they are. They're like, oh! The capital's ready to be sieged now. God, this is the craziest. Alright, so our goal now, I don't think we want to get into a pissing contest of a race here. So instead what I'm going to do is I'm just going to charge in here. It takes me 9 days to get in here. There's no reason to fight all 15,000 of them because they've separated, right? Oh, they merged. That's too bad. Okay, well, I have the better general. I have about the same number of troops. I think this will be fine. So, cavalry flanking ability increased. That's pretty useful, or it would be if I was ever going to be able to use it. So, we've cleared our capital again. And Buryat has too much liberty desire. So we're going to start... Excuse me. Improving our relations with Buryat. I should have been doing this a million years ago. I completely forgot that they were going to be so pissed at me. I don't know why they were pissed at me just because I subjugated them forcefully. It seems silly to be annoyed about something like that. So, inevitably Korea is going to get pissed off. They're not get pissed off. They're going to recognize an opening against Jeonjo and go in for annexation there. At any rate, we can go into Girin, take out the Haiti army, or not, apparently. Okay, well that was closer than it had any right to be. We're going to go into debt. We're gonna go into debt, but that's okay. Are we gonna placate local rulers? Yes, we will. So we're gonna spend some of our prestige placating local rulers, and we're going to set... I don't know what the hell we're gonna set them to do. Doesn't matter. We've got the breach here. This breach is going to allow us to annex the Height Sea. And that'll be good. The big problem that we have is that we currently are losing a lot of war score against Jeonjo. I think we're going to want to go to Korchin after we finish here. Are these guys really going for it? That seems like a bad idea. Guys, I think you're gonna lose. You are definitely gonna lose. Why would you do this? Don't suicide against... Alright, I'm changing their suicidal tendencies. I'm gonna set them to siege. And it's like, yes. Your capital is in danger. I understand that you want to not lose your capital, but priorities. We just won the Siege of Girin, so that's good. We're now winning a war. Yay! And we can... send people to Yihi, I guess. So Girin only has 100 troops here. I'm gonna have to like tick this up and then immediately charge back. I'm glad that was status quo, because 100 troops is such a small number that it might be at risk of getting instantly purged. So, I don't know how well this is going to work. It occurs to me... Oh god. Oh god. No! No! Well, we lost. Okay. Well, we're gonna have to restart. We done screwed the pooch there. Also, I forgot that when you take someone as a vassal, they do not, in fact, get brought into your wars. So they couldn't have helped me in those wars either way. What I probably should have done... See, the problem is that in that opening setup, you really want to get Girin and Jianzhou at the same time. So... let's try this out. I'm curious what I can do. I somehow managed to not get attacked when I went after Buryatia the second time I went in. I think that I can win the war when they all attack me like that. I do think that I can win that. But not like that. I did not do a good enough job to win that. So we are going to start building a spy network down here. We're going to send these guys over here. We are going to set this. We're going to support the tribes. We're going to unite the tribes. And let's see what else we're going to do. Okay, yes, it's not done in here. We're going to raise our banners. All of our banners. Okay. And then we are going to set this up here so that we can root out corruption effectively. Is there anything else that we need to do? We actually don't need a leader yet. So I'm actually going to wait on getting a leader. They are allied with Jianzhou, so... the unfortunate alliance has occurred. Alright. So I managed to get to Urken. Why are these guys not? Okay, declaring this. Honestly, I feel like I'm better off waiting to get a general, because I can afford it. There's no real risk of losing to Buryatia's troops. They just don't have enough of them. So I think we should be okay. And the longer I wait, the more effectively I can get my army tradition up. So they have a 001 general, so they basically don't even have one. So it's basically my lack of general versus their lack of general. So let's get this done. So we go in here. I don't want to go in there with not all of my troops. So we're going to wait until next month. And we're just going to send these guys down here. so should be okay. Shouldn't have too much trouble. These guys are going to Stanovoy, so they are bypassing my army. Let's see here. I'm gonna leave these here for a month, and then I'm gonna move them down to Oud. Do I want to do that? No. I want to go to. Yeah, I'm gonna wait because we're close enough. Also, the game should really start you out with one of your merchants in your actual capital. It doesn't make any sense that you would not want to do that. It just gives you like I think it's a 10% increase to trade efficiency. It's something like some minor dinky little difference, but it's certainly enough that you want to do it. Okay. So, I guess since I don't actually have any reason to be... I don't have a general, so I'll just send everyone out. Pop this guy down. Gone. And we are going to split this army in half. Send half up to here. They'll arrive on the 24th, so... Ming has just declared war on Qing. So hopefully they just take Qing as a tributary. Because if more than that happens, it's going to be very unfortunate. And we do have to deal with Buryatia's well, not their troops, but we have to deal with the fact that they're sieging my territory at some point. So once I finish doing this, I am going to... Let's see, we have one more tick here. So... God, that is such an unfortunate general, too. I've never seen a general that bad. He has no redeeming qualities whatsoever. I mean, okay, he can siege, which I guess is kind of... Oh! Haichi just declared war on Jianzhou. Oh, because they're at war with the Ming. These guys joined in. So, we just won this siege. So, we can do a full annexation if we want. And of course we are going to have to take back our own provinces first, but... We can do a full annexation, and then immediately release them to enable our stuff. No, I'm not going to spend anything that I don't absolutely have to in terms of administrative power. I'm going to get one of these guys out of here. So they're going to Kalar next. The problem is that I can't really attack them with no general. It's not wise. to invite shit. No, 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 no. This is very bad. So they're gonna... They're gonna backstab me and Udi here. And take one of my troops out. They will probably annihilate him. But I could get lucky. I did not. So they took out one of my infantry. Not really a big deal. And we are going to send these guys up to Udi. We will have to deal with the mountains. But we do have enough of a bonus that we should be fine unless we roll really, 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 really low. Like, if I roll a 0, that's a problem. Anything higher than that is fine. Okay, so... do we want to take these guys out? Yes, because we're going after annexation here. So... there we go. So we can now peace out. Full annexation. And it's actually not allowing us... oh, right, because I'm annexing them, not turning them into a vassal. Correct. So, doing this. And now we are going to go ahead and set Korchin as a rival. We do not have a peace treaty with Korchin. And we are going to release Buryatia. We will then have to go after our next target. So our next target... are you guys... so both of these are being sieged. Both capitals are currently under siege. And I need to figure out who I'm going to go after first. Honestly, I'm probably going to have to declare war on both of them at the same time. Or not at the same time, but I'm going to have to be fighting both of them at the same time. So these guys have a 4 shock general, which is trouble. I guess that means that we should probably hire a general. In theory, we might want a general. Yeah, we're definitely gonna need a general. Do we want a general? Excuse me. Okay. So we're gonna be substantially flanking. We have this, no, we're not. We're not gonna be flanking at all. We have the same number of troops. It's just a matter of, okay, yeah, definitely need to hire a general. And he's complete trash, but he does have 1 siege, so he's worth it. We're going to declare war on... who first? We're going to declare war on Jianzhou first, because they are at war with Ming, and the Ming might want to take some of this territory. So I'm going to go ahead and take Ilan Hala as the war goal. Who is coming here? They are sending that over. Okay. We should arrive first, right? No, we're gonna arrive after them? Oh, that sucks. Okay. So this is going to be taken by them. I'm gonna just move down into Hunkun. And we'll see. It looks like Korea has an army here. I'm gonna just see if I can leave a siege unit behind And I can't get there because of this fort. And it looks like Korchin's no longer a valid rival. And Korchin just lost a shit ton of territory. Okay, so the Ming are no longer a problem. And what am I gonna do? Yeah, so is this our siege? It is not. It's Korea's siege. This could be going better for us. I distinctly feel that this could be going better for us. So the Heitsi have 10k troops. And I'm not sure where to go from here. That's where to go from here. Okay. So, absolutely nobody can take anything from Jianzhou until I allow it, because they have one fortress. Well, I guess they have two fortresses. So, until this territory is taken, nobody can take anything from Jianzhou without my permission. I have to peace out with Jianzhou before anyone else can. Which means that I should be able to declare my war on Haiti. Then nobody else will be able to go in against them because the Jianzhou, or their army, has to be annihilated by now. I don't know where they'd be hiding. So there's the Haiti army. Now, the Haiti have a lot of troops, and they have a really good general. I don't like the fact that they have such a good general. Makes me very unhappy. Jesus. Hi, friends. Oh! The Korean army caught them. Okay, so we just won the siege. Whew. We just won that siege, and we are ready to go after the Haiti. So these guys are going to Hunkun, which means that we're going to be defending here. And we're going to declare war now. And then they immediately land right in our army's face. And it's a closer fight than we'd like it to be, obviously, but we should win it. Alright, so we won the fight. We get cavalry flanking ability bonus, which is very, very good. Where are we gonna arrive? Okay, we're gonna get to just charge straight north. Wait, are these guys attacking me? No, these guys are charging the direction. Don't do that. Okay, so these guys have the God tier general. We're gonna wait until they're not gonna lock in at all. So that's a problem. So, what are we gonna do? We're now going to Hailanbu. I'm popping over to Giran because I now have the largest army in the area by virtue of the fact that I have my vassal. So I'm going to set my subject to siege because I think that that's the best plan for them. And then we're just going to sit in Giran and hope... Oh, god damn it. Okay, it's fine. They're just chasing down that one little guy. Okay. Friendlies can attach. So hopefully they'll just chill here with me. If they do, well... Hopefully they won't go too far, because it's dangerous to go alone. And it looks like the Jianzhou are about to lose... Oh, nice! They took the Koreans out of that province. So taking them out of that province is good for us because it means that it just delays the inevitable like loss of another fortress. We don't want any other fortresses being taken because we want to be the only ones taking forts. Now, I don't actually need to fully annex either of these guys. I can just split the gains between the two. Normally, I fully annex the Haiti, but I can take more territory off of Jianzhou if I don't take all of the territory that Haiti has. So, that said, I kind of need to take a lot of territory either way. I don't know if... 16. Oh, we don't have to worry about that. They'll just get out of there. No! Don't go back. Why are you going back? They actually locked in. They legitimately just locked in to this. Guys, what the fuck is wrong with you? I swear my vassals are suicidal. Like, completely suicidal. There was no reason to do that at all. None. The problem is that they now have the better general, and they're not attacking because they're just as dopey as my vassal, apparently. So if they eventually realize that they can just walk in and crush me, that'll be a problem for me. But for now, we're in good shape. Well, we're in reasonable shape. We do have a lot of war exhaustion. I'm gonna send these guys up to Alchuca. I have to be careful because Jianzhou can come out after me. Unfortunately, these guys are carpet sieging me. We do have some Korchin separatists right now. Come on, guys. Get it done. Ugh. This just will not tick. Okay, so those guys are heading back my way. And nothing happens here again. Hey, Nathan. Come on. So we finally won the Siege of Giran. Unfortunately, Yihi has been taken by Jianzhou, but that's okay. That is hunky-dory. Okay, so these guys are on siege, but for whatever reason they're not sieging back my provinces. I guess they're going all the way to the furthest provinces they can possibly go to before sieging. And the Haitzi are, for whatever reason, going into Korean territory. Not gonna hear me complaining. Okay, so I'm going to start figuring out what I need to take from these guys. If I don't take Yaren, this is 78, this is 55% overextension. And then we need to go in here and see how much we can take from these guys. So Jianzhou is about to lose their army, or they would if anyone wanted to go after them. And because I can see both armies, I know that these guys are safe to carpet siege. So we'll be able to take all this stuff back. So we're going to lose a decent amount of diplomatic power to this. I'm actually going to use this now. Call that away. Okay, so how are we doing? We're up to 74% with the Haitzi. And we are up to similar with Jianzhou. So now it's just going to be a matter of finishing off the last couple of provinces. And Jianzhou is eliminating their army for us, which is good. But luckily, we shouldn't have to worry about the Haitzi, because they are fully carpet sieged between me and Jianzhou, so Jianzhou will just annex them. So, we don't need to take Ferdin anyway, so we're going to take all of this. This gives us 55%, and for these guys, we're going to take everything that we can take. We can't take Jianzhou. This. Oh, that would be too much anyway. So we're not going to take this province, and apparently this one. So if we do this, it's almost guaranteed that these provinces are going to be lost to Korea. And that is okay. Alright, so let's do this. We're piecing out with these guys first. We're taking all of this territory. That gives us 43% overextension, which is all well and good. And we are going to send a peace offer to these guys to not quite fully annex them. And I could actually make them a vassal on top of that. If I make them a vassal, will I be called into this war? No, because they're the aggressor. So since they're the aggressor, I won't be called into the war. I will make them pay... I will make them give war reparations because I can. Send this... It's my assumption that the Heitzi are going to cease to exist because they're just going to be fully annexed here. But if they give us a tick of that money, it would be good. Alright, so reduce overextension is going to be our thinger. We are going to core Girin. And we are going to core Unkun. And we're going to send our armies all over the place. So, we now have estates demanding control of territory, so we're going to go ahead and give them some. And I will give them this, I guess. It's already got 50% autonomy, so... Okay. So... So Heitzi is no longer a valid rival, and Jiangzhou is still a valid rival, strangely enough. We're going to set Korea and Oirat as rivals, and we are going to continue on. Okay, so... do I want... No, I don't want to go after Korchin quite yet. And there's a bunch of Heitzi separatists that just popped because Korchin annexed them without dealing with their army. So we are going to pop in here with a substantially larger number of troops than they have. There we go. So Mongolia wants me to support their independence. Ming wants me to become a tributary. I'm going to accept the tributary status with Ming. And let's see. My finances aren't looking great. I'm going to create a new unit. And we're going to just delete these. Okay, so Renaissance just ticked. And this army is just gonna chill here for a while. So what am I gonna do? Guess we're gonna wait. Okay, so we've now taken enough time. Do we want to do this or no? We don't. There's nobody to actually grant freedom to Mongolia. How much extension do I have? 98%. And it looks like Jianzhou is going to go after this army, and they are not going to be successful. So here's a question. Do we want to go after Ming? Or sorry, not Ming. Do we want to go after Korea? No, we're going to go after Korea after they've already taken this territory. So here's a question. Do we want to have Confucian as our syncretic faith? I think yes. So we're now at negative prestige, but that will recover over time. And of course it's right before we end up in a big fight. But these guys are separatists, so we shouldn't have... Yeah, they don't get a bonus for being in grassland. So... Korea still has not solidified a win here. They do control the capital fort, and interestingly enough, they took very little territory. Jianzhou is no longer a valid rival. And what are we going to do now? Okay, we're just going to hemorrhage money, apparently. So, if we take these two provinces... Okay, so I'm actually going to declare war here. There's no reason not to be at war with Korchin. On the plus side, Ming does have... Sisigar is their capital, so have that be the war goal. Some of these guys here. And this will allow us to get some money. And it looks like our vassal is going to pick a fight, and they are going to be successful. So we're just going to pop over here. They're probably going to retreat here because it's at least their territory. And yep, they're going to arrive in in terrain that we control. So that should be it. Yep. So they no longer have an army, and we're not going to lose war exhaustion, but we don't need to because we don't have very much anymore anyway. And so what's going to happen here is we're just going to wait for our coring to finish. And Hun Kun's cored. That happened faster than I anticipated it happening. And this is perfect. So once the two of those finish coring, we'll be ready to annex here. Unfortunately, the guy who's actually a general... We finished coring that as well. Get over here. So mistakes were made, but I think we should be okay. Our separatists are pretty far away from spawning. And because these guys only took a few provinces, we're not going to be able to take as much from them, probably. Said. Back in Saragyuk here. Now the Heights separatists are coming very quickly. Come on. Finish it up. There we go. Okay, so we finished this. Annexation comes out. Pause the game. Unite the tribes. And there we go. So, this province we're definitely giving to Buryatia, because there's no reason not to. Non-goal. Now, this province, we have a permanent claim here. So we're going to just keep this province in court ourselves. And the rest is same thing. So we're going to just keep all of this stuff. This is Chahar culture. We're going to go ahead and raise this province, and then we're going to core it. So tempting, but no. So do this. Teha. Since we have permanent claims on all these, we're just gonna take them all. And we've cored all this stuff already, yes. Not really sure why I only get a... Okay, so this is gonna be a state. This is gonna be a state. So, we've set all these things as states, and I think do we have any trade value here? I can send somebody to collect from trade here, so I must have some trade power, right? Okay, so we're gonna do that, and I will actually be right back. Actually, I think I'm going to take a quick break here for probably about a half an hour or so. I've been streaming for like 8 hours, so I'm gonna take a short break, collect my thoughts, get some ideas together, and figure out what I want to do. So thank you everyone for watching, and I'll see you again in hopefully just a little bit.